How to join? It's unfortunately too late to join already. Welcome everyone. Today we are casting yet another LFC tournament with 25 SLP, 25,000 SLP prize pool, and we will draw 8 winners to the All-Star tournament, which will happen in April, and that will have a prize pool of 50,000 SLP. So let's just wait for the first couple of games to pop up and we will jump right into it. If you want to find out more about the host of this tournament, then head over to LFC Discord, which is !Scholar, I believe, on Twitch. And that might not work on YouTube because of the bots that we have. New haircut, indeed it is. Got myself the fade, the skin fade. The Turkish barber did a great job. So let's see, what kind of games do we have right here. Just have to wait a couple of minutes for the first games to pop up and then we will be ready to go. Alright, we have the bracket link as well, so I will make sure to update that one for you. That's !bracket for anyone over on Twitch. You can have that one. I need to resubscribe, just noticed. Hello, Cryptomaniac, how you doing? Missed you. How to join? It's already too late to join, so if you want to join the next edition and they have a couple of tournaments coming up in April, then you can do that. But for this one, it's already too late. It has started. And we will be casting it right here. But there's plenty more coming up, so you have plenty of opportunities as well. Let's see what we have here. Cloudbot. Commands. And let's update the bracket one. I believe that's the bracket that we have. There's already a couple of matches that are being played, so we can have a look at those in a second. Missed your streams? I have streamed quite a lot last week actually. I'm planning to get back into it now that most of the things are sorted. So I should be having some more consistency. Casting tournaments as well. This is the second one that we are doing from LFC, so hopefully that people enjoy that as well, and we get to have a look at Origin soon, and that will be something that we can start doing as well. So yeah, should be some coming up. I was just out of Axie lately, so there was not a lot for me to stream. I was just kind of chilling back, playing some other games, so I wouldn't be able to stream those. But I will push it in season 21 from the start, so hopefully we can make some good teams in there. Let me just edit the title for Twitch so we can have !bracket. That should work as well. For anyone that wants to check out the bracket, we will have that one. The stuffed Axie looks so cute. Yeah, it's a great art. It is a great art. Do we have a game? Let's see if we have a first game coming in. Alright, we do have our first game, so let me just try and have a look at those. Looks like we will be hosting the game of Aerial.G versus Emilich. So let's see if we can get that one going, and there will be plenty of rounds coming up. I'm not exactly sure who is who on this setup, and it looks like I'm covering a couple of things, so let me just move to the bottom right here, and that will be good. And then what I need to have done, somehow that has disappeared. Let me just get a couple of things going on, and that is player 1 and player 2 titles as well. Let's get them in there. player 1. I believe we can go for that. Condensed and then outline. Let's just get those things sorted and we will get that going. So that looks okay in my eyes. Maybe a little bit more outline to it. Okay, that looks fair. And then let's get player 2 in here as well. It's hard to tell who's who, because people don't really want to tell which team they are running, right? So I kind of have to deduce who's running which team, but it shouldn't be that big of an issue for us. I believe that's somewhat correct. Okie dokie. Player 1 on the left, player 2 on the right. Can we lower game music? Yes, we can in the next game. What's your opinion on SLP after the soft launch of Origin? Shouldn't change that much. It should not change that much. Okay, so in the first game what we have is a double anemone with a bird at the back that doesn't have a backdoor facing off versus a shrimp and a terminator. So let's see who will be taking the lead here. Round 1, both players deciding to skip, and round 2 looks like the bird will be sacrificed. He knows that a shrimp combo might be attacking him soon, so he decides to sacrifice that bird as early as he can while also using all of his energy. Looks like a little bit of a mistake coming from the Aqua, not using the Nemo first, meaning he doesn't get that extra energy, and the shrimp will obviously be enough to take that bird down. Round 3, there's a large card advantage on the Aqua player, but let's see whether he can make any use of that one. That Terminator might be able to do a 1v2. It depends on how much energy he's able to save up and depending on the cards that he draws. If he has maximum amount of cards and he can keep slowing that Aqua down, he will be able to win. And let's see what kind of combo he comes up with. Looks like he will decide to shield up versus the attack of the Anemone Aqua, and that was the right call. He only loses about 100 health, and now that he slows down the Aqua, dealing a little bit of damage, he can finish him off in the next round. Let's see what kind of combo he goes for. It looks like double chomp and a tourney. That should be enough to take this Aqua down. Double chomp and a tourney, going for the lagging as well, just to make sure that there is a kill right here. Singular sticky goo. Let's see whether that is the right call. Maybe he could have used the lagging as well. Maybe he doesn't want to do that. Let's see what the correct choice is. I think that was the right play. That looks like it was the right play, not going for lagging, so he can finish him off in the next round, slowing him down in round 8 and then going for the kill in round 9. So very, very well played from the Terminator to line up his combos correctly and take a win in game number 1. Pretty basic teams. Yes, this tournament is open, so you can join with any team. If you're a scholar, if you are on lower budget, whatever it is, you can join them. We will get to some more creative teams towards the end, but for now let's just enjoy this. And let's jump into game number 2, see whether the Anemone team can make it 1-1 or whether it will be smooth sailing for the Terminator. So same setup, nothing has changed except for the aggression in round 1. We see the plant going for some attacks, steal that energy, and he will probably continue with the same strategy. So skip as many rounds as you can until you get the shrimp combo, and then try to 1v2 with Terminator. So we see the same thing coming through. Angry Lamb, this time he gets the energy and he does have the double talk, so that will be a kill. That pumpkin is wasted, although it will give him a card because that still procs off, I believe, as the shield wasn't actually broken. Let's see whether that's true. Yeah, we do get an extra garish worm from that pumpkin. So round 4, and the shrimp still hasn't played a part. It looks like it will not die to this combo necessarily, and the bird player doesn't decide to use the eggshell. because he didn't have enough energy to do that. Now the Garish Worm, double Risky Fish and the Tourney to try and kill that bird, and if that bird did have another blackmail, which it doesn't, he would have actually been able to save this Axie, right? Now going for the double eggshell, not the best of ideas. I think going for a singular eggshell was actually the better idea, so that the Terminator can finish this bird off without it wasting any more energy. Now he just ran out of energy, using too much energy on those eggshells. One of them missed, then he went for a single angry lamp that didn't really do too much. I feel like that eggshell could have been saved, and the energy could have been preserved to future rounds, and now the Terminator will do exactly the same thing as he did in last game, which is killing that one aqua and then waiting for enough energy and having enough of a combo to one-shot the bottom aqua, which is double Tourney and a chomp, slow him down, and then once you have enough for the kill, move in with another chomp, another Tourney, and the Terminator user, which I believe is Aerial.G, will take the win in our first match. Is it too late to join? Yes, it's already too late to join. The double aqua user is... let's not say that. Who did I spectate? It was Aerial.G who took the win over Emily. That was our first game. That was the first game. Is it too late to join? It is. It's open for everyone. It was open for everyone, yes, but now it is closed. He kept wasting energy. Yes, that was unfortunate that he kept wasting energy. Wasn't the right play, unfortunately. Thank you for the follow, Kentoy Big, and let's look for our next match. New haircut. Yes, it is. So it looks like we have Alazzo facing off versus Koshiki. That will be our next match. And just to remind all of you that this is a 25,000 SLP tournament and the winner will be taking home 7,500, but the top 8 players will actually be moving to the All-Star tournament. So it looks like we have Alazzo playing with a triple launch team, which is surprising to see a player of this caliber facing off here. And with that team, Ella, I think I spelled that right, Ella, now that might be correct. And then we have Koshiki on the right, playing with a bird and an aqua. So what we have is a very, very high rank triple launch team with the double Goda, Cottontail at the back. This team infested the top rankings of Axie Infinity in Season 20, so I'm putting my bets on this team winning. And let's see, round 1 we have a single Cottontail coming from Alazzo, and then we have the Goda, Beach and a Sandal from the plant to deal a little bit of damage to the front lane plant, but it shouldn't be a kill. Let's see if the next round it will be only playing a Tail, so playing it safe, playing it slow, and we see the launch, the Sandal coming in from the mid lane Dusk, a crit as well on top of it, but it doesn't really matter because the launch and the Scarab from the back lane actually would have been enough to take the front lane plants down. And you see how much damage launch actually deals when it's chained. It doesn't have to be a class counter, it doesn't have to be attacking an aqua or a bird, even versus a plant it's dealing massive amounts of damage. You see 167 towards the aqua, and that aqua is as good as dead. The mid lane Dusk can use a Tail just to get some extra cards coming in from the hair as well as the acro. You can see it's right here, one more card for the backlane Reptile, and that backlane Reptile with the Razor Bite easily can 1v2 the aqua as well as the bird. We see the Goda getting value as well, destroying one of the energies, and then the Tail as well as the lunge will go through to finish off the mid lane aqua, and then the back lane Reptile will easily sweep through that bird for 1-0 for Alazzo. So we see that coming through. Actually, it puts him in the last stand, so that bird will make it to the next round, but it's still looking dire as the double razor bite is coming through, and that will finish off the bird. So it looks like a matchup difference. I don't think the Aqua player can actually do too much in this matchup. The backlane Reptile can easily 1v2 those backlane Axies. That launch team is doing too much. It kind of is. It kind of is. You're a great commentator. Thank you, Capstack. Thank you. I think I can be much better with a couple of things changing. Like me being in my home rather than at the office. There's not much that counts as lunge. I think bugs do quite well. Definitely. Can you make a video on the governance update that Sky Mavis released? I will have to look into that one. Not very educated on that quite yet. Alright, let's jump into game number 2. Coming in from Alazzo, playing that triple launch team. I feel like we can just follow Alazzo throughout this journey and see how far he can make it. You're on the Slay the Spire, thank you very much. Thank you for letting me know. Let's change that to Axie Infinity. Here we go. Thank you. So the second game of Alazzo, let's see if his opponent did change the team. Saybot, hello, how you doing? It looks like his opponent did not change the team, so I'm expecting this to be a quick 2-0. Actually, he did. He does play the Graveland, which doesn't really change that much because we do have a Scarab at the back lane. You see the triple launch coming in, which is almost a kill on the plant, only 29 health left. Who needs bug and beast cards when you just have a lunge to eat through that plant? Now an eggshell and a peacemaker, so that would make sense to try and skip that round. But that's not what Alazzo goes for. He goes for the Goda and the Sandal, dealing just a slight amount of damage to the bird, not really doing that much. And now we see a repeat of that combo, so another Goda and another Sandal to finally finish off that front lane plant and get Goda value, meaning he destroys the energy of his opponent. And now we are on equal playing field, so it's 3 energy versus 2 energy. Alazzo has the clear advantage, going for the Goda, going for the double Sandal before he gets Gravelanted. So you want to use all of those short range cards before you get Gravelanted, and then you can use the Reptile or you can use the Goda to try and finish off that plant and easily 1v2 your opponent, even if it's just a Reptile that's left over. So we see Razorbite coming through, we see Scarab coming through, and we see Goda. Unfortunately, the Goda misses as he does get feared, but because of the Scarab, that mid lane plant can no longer heal, and he doesn't have the energy to play around with skipping turns, so he has to go for the Graveland. But unfortunately the Graveland will not do that much. It will not save that plant. Alazzo can simply skip that turn and wait for cards on his Reptile to finish off the plant or to finish off the bird, depending where that eggshell goes. So let's see, he does use the eggshell, and now we see the double Cattail, double launch coming through. The bird didn't manage to take down that Dusk on the front lane, and the Reptile from the back will finish off the bird, even though it went into a last stand. Now we see the Zigzag getting a little bit of value, healing for 60, and the Dusk can move in for some damage with the Sandal, 126 damage, and the Scarab will prevent the plant from healing yet again. And in the next round, Alazzo, using all 4 of his energy, can simply finish off that plant and take the 2-0 win over Koshiki. So he's taking the first round down, and we'll see whether Alazzo can make it all the way through to the final with that team, and probably a lot more teams in his pocket. I think that he can take this tournament down. Am I a part of LFCarry, or am I just streaming the tournament? I'm just streaming the tournament. They have hired me to do that, so I'm not a part of the team. I am a part of PlayNity. But if anyone wants me to host a tournament, to cast a tournament, I am happy to do that. Looks like many Reptile cards will be nerfed in Season 21. Not sure. Not sure that's the case. Alright, let's look for the next match. Have you played your match yet, Alazzo? Maybe we can just follow you. Alazzo will probably sweep the whole tourney. That might be the case. Honestly, it might be the case. Let's see whether Alazzo has played the next round yet, or whether he's waiting for the opponent. If he's waiting for the opponent, we can just jump into someone else. Maybe someone from the last tournament, like Tiak. Maybe we can jump into Tiak. Tiak is actually a winner from the last edition. Looks like Alazzo is still waiting. So we'll probably just jump into Tiak's game. It's my bad. Sorry for doing that transition a couple of times. Tiak actually pulled a miracle last time. In the final, he was 2-0 down and then manages to pull back a reverse sweep to take down the win. I can't really remember who it was, but it was a guy playing a poison team, and he was navigating that poison team very, very well. Who am I rooting for? I am unbiased in this tournament. I don't have any favorites. I haven't won a tournament since season 20. Are you here just to build up the morale? Because it looks like that's exactly what you are doing. I won my first tournament ever and then never won again. Maybe Origin is the game that you will strive in. We'll see how that goes. But for now, let's look at Mr. Tiak facing off versus Matt. I believe Tiak is playing double aqua. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong, but it looks like Tiak is playing that team, and then we have Matt on the left. So a very classic team on the right, the Kaku, the Acro, Scarab mid lane, and a very aggressive Dusk front lane. And on the left, what we have is an Aqua in the mid lane and a back lane mech. That mech should not be doing that much, especially facing off versus a Kaku Aqua. It should be favored towards the double Aqua team, but let's see how it goes. Round 2, the Aqua goes for a Nemo and a Goldfish, so that Goldfish is no longer in play if he wants to outspeed any of the Aquas, but a double Hair and double Axie Kiss will be enough to take the Dusk down. Unfortunately, one of those cards is wasted, and now Tiak can go for the retaliation. We see Piranha, Blue Moon, Kaku, and another Blue Moon coming through, and then the double Nemo, Acro to speed himself up, and the Piranha will finish off that plan. The plan did play 3 cards, and only one of those cards will be wasted, as the Carrots did give him energy, and then he can have a card from the hero as well. Now, not a lot of shield coming in from that mid lane Aqua. Let's see if he can survive this. Acro, Piranha, and Scarab taking him down to 177 health, and the double Koi will be enough to finish that mid lane Aqua off. And although Tiak doesn't have many cards left, it will be enough to take down this mech on the back lane. That mech can play double Acro however many times he wants, but he will not be able to win this matchup. Even if he plays Axie Kiss, even if he plays Lethal, there's nothing that will save him from the double Aqua running straight at him. Piranha and Blue Moon will be enough to take this game down, and Tiak is 1-0 ahead of Matt. Okie dokie, let's look at the second game. And in the second game, it looks like the teams have not changed. Actually, they have changed. It looks like Tiak decides to go for a change on his back lane, which is a weird take. Why would you change something that is clearly working, but maybe he has a grand plan to use this bird in a very effective manner? Let's see how that goes. Round 1, very aggressive, going in for the Scarab, going in for the Goda and the Caterpillar, taking that plant down all the way to 155 health, and now he will probably use the Cattail, try and anticipate the cards from the mech to grow his card stack. Unfortunately, that will not work because his opponent only uses plant cards, coming in with the Carrot and the Sirius just to steal a little bit of energy and inflict some damage damage on that Dusk. Now we see the last one coming in with the Tri-Feather. That will be enough to take this plant down without putting it into the last stand. Let's see how much more damage he can inflict on that mid lane Aqua using the Nemo and the Acro just to speed himself up. And he doesn't speed the opponent up because he doesn't play a Goldfish. Maybe he could have expected that one coming in. We see again one card wasted from the mech, which is never good. If you are facing an Aqua and a Bird, you need to keep count of all of your cards and how much damage they deal so you don't waste any card. We still did another last one coming in, and then Tri-Feather to finish that Aqua off, and we are left in the same scenario where an Aqua and a Bird that count as a mech will be facing off versus a mech in the end game, and that mech cannot do anything. Double Insectivore attacking that mech, putting it into the last stand, and he will just finish himself off with the double Acro, and Tiak is taking a very convincing win over Matt to make it 2-0. Rose Velvet Black, I am not the hosts, I am just casting this tournament for LFCarry using the visual assets. So I am not in any way affiliated with LFCarry. I am a third party caster. Looks like mech are getting wrecked depending on the team. This was a clear counter from Tiak coming in. Double Aqua will always win versus a mech. Not sure what has to happen where a mech can actually win versus those Aquas. Something very strange would have to happen, and it looks like Tiak will not allow for that to occur. Let's see, who else do we have? We will probably play 8 to 9 rounds depending on how many people signed up, like we did last time. So I'm expecting this tournament to be up to 4 hours long, 3 hours at minimum, depending on how much we have to wait for those final matches to come through, as it can slow down toward the later stages where we have to wait for matches to play out, whereas at the start we can just pick out any game and cast it right there. We have another game coming in from Aerial.G, which we have already casted once, so let's see whether Aerial can repeat the success of his first round and try and take another 2-0 win versus his opponent. Unfortunately, the opponent of Aerial.G has used the Russian alphabet to write his nickname, so I'm not able to copy and paste that. And Aerial.G is using the Terminator. And his opponent, unfortunately, I cannot write the name of him, so it will have to be just play 2. And his opponent is using a plant that is very heavily settled on energy generation. We have the Disguise, we have the Cattail, the mid lane Shrimp is using the Oranda, the Risky Beast, and the Risky Fish. That can actually surprise that Terminator. I'm not sure if he has enough damage coming in to one-shot that Terminator. I suspect it to be no. And then the back lane Terminator with Gravelont, a Season 18 nostalgic team, definitely with that Shrimp playing in with the Garish Worm. So let's see how this plays out. Round 1 very slow. We see Aerial going in for the Disguise, going in for the Serious, and he's gonna start round 2 with 6 energy, which is a hefty amount, and we see the Shrimp playing it front to back. So double Risky Fish coming in with the Oranda and the Risky Beast mixed in between to try and inflict as much damage as he can to that plant, but that plant playing a Serious and a Pumpkin will be just safe. And you see the energy discrepancy, 7 energy to now the 0 of his opponent, playing it very slow and just waiting for all of the cards from the Terminator to come through and maybe even go for the backdoor, especially with the Garish Worm. I'm not sure this is the best of choices because the backlane plant does have Bidens, so he can easily clear that poison from himself. And we see an offensive on the front lane plant as well. So 2 plants taken very low, and we obviously know that Terminator can take down the mid lane Aqua, so that's never an issue. We see another shrimp coming through, and we see a garish worm, and it looks like the backlane plant is very unfortunate when it comes to drawing Bidens. He already has 4 stacks of poison on himself, so he will go for the eventual Bidens on the backlane, but it might just be a little too late. We see the double Oranda coming through. The Tourney and the Chomp will be enough to take down the mid lane Aqua, and that backlane plant is left on 52 health before he clears that poison. And now with the Chomp, with the Tourney, and with the lagging, the Terminator can just clean up that plant, and there's not much left of him. We see Wiggles hosting us. Thank you very much. 47 viewers coming in. Unfortunately, just Wiggles wasn't able to take part in this tournament as it already started, but thank you very much for the host. Lovely to see you here. This is the 25,000 SLP tournament coming in from LFCarry, and I am gonna cast that on my channel, so anyone interested, there is 7,500 SLP up top, and the top 8 players will qualify to the All-Star tournament, which will happen sometime in April, and that will have a prize pool of 50,000 50,000 SLP. Now, one more thing that I want to share with you guys, because I did receive some great news from the team itself, and let me just share it. After this season ends, so after this tournament that has 25,000 SLP, there will be one more tournament on April 1st, which will have a smaller prize pool, but it will draw a couple of winners to the All-Star tournament. The All-Star tournament will happen on April 8th, and that will have 50,000 SLP, and then throughout April there will be another season, so there will be 3 tournaments happening, and within those 3 tournaments people will have a chance to qualify for the Axie International, which will have a grand prize pool of 100,000 SLP. So hopefully some of you guys will be lucky enough to take part and to qualify for that one. But for now, let's focus on what we have right here, which is the LFCarry 3rd Open Tournament with the prize pool of 25,000 SLP. We are currently casting the games of Aerial.G. Which kind of disappeared from my site for a second. Thank you very much, Wiggles, again for hosting us. Roy's here. Alright, here we have the second game of Aerial.G. He is playing it insanely well with that Terminator. That kind of patience is unmatched. Will there be Origin tournament during the alpha? I'm not sure if that will even be possible. Playing Mind Bro, maybe later on. The Terminator user is very good. He is indeed. He is indeed. Registration closed. Sad. Unfortunate. Next time. Thank you for all the followers coming in as well. He has the backdoor because the Termi is full melee against Gravel. That makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, so Aerial.G, same team, Terminator at the back, and his opponent, same team, Gravel and Plant at the back. Now the roles do change a little bit. Round 1 still going pretty slow, but the opponent of Aerial does have Curtail value, so now it is still 6 energy versus the 1 energy of his opponent, but let's see if he can inflict some more damage. Double Cactus coming in, putting the Plant down to just 200 health, and the Plant has no way of saving himself. He doesn't have a pumpkin, he doesn't have a yam, so unfortunately he will just be dead. The Zigzag does go to waste, unfortunately, and the Bidens, I'm not sure what the plan was behind the Bidens, but Aerial is playing it very, very patient. Yet again, 10 energy in round 4 is just unheard of. Now he's going for the Garage, he's going for the Risky and the Oranda on the backlane Plant, putting it down to 230 health, and the Terminator will move in, playing the Lagging, playing the Tourney and the Chomp, taking that Plant down down to 363 health. So both of the plants are injured, but no Axies of the opponent of Aerial are dead just yet. The Zigzag coming in, healing the backlane plant for 72 health, and he will have to backdoor him again. So the Shrimp Cabbage, Risky Fish, and the Oranda will be enough to move in for the kill. And now it is 2 versus 2, and the Terminator should have no issue clearing those two Axies, especially that the mid lane Shrimp doesn't have any zero cost cards, so he has to go in for the Oranda, for the Risky Fish, and the Risky Fish try and take down the mid lane plant, the mid lane Aqua of Aerial.G, but that will not happen. And we see the Garage coming through with the Tourney for the debuff damage, and the front lane plant of his opponent is down to 67 health with 2 poison stacks, so the Chomp and the Tourney will be enough to finish that plant off. And with 3 energy to the 2 of opponent of Aerial, there is no chance that that Aqua has anything that it can do to win. Now we see lagging coming through as well, that will slow down the Aqua just enough where the Dusk is taking the reins, and he can go for as much damage as he can, which is the Tourney, the lagging, and another Tourney, and that is just about enough to clear the Aqua, and Aerial.G will be taking another win over his opponent. So another 2-0, and he moves on to the next round, which is round number 3. Termiusa will play that game so good. That is the 3rd game that he played very well. It looks like he understands that he has to be patient with that team, and he understands the matchup that he's going into. So the Terminator is definitely using his thinking and his creative capabilities to the maximum, rather than just clicking buttons. Very patient play from Aerial. Very patient play coming in from Aerial. Looks like Alazzo still has not played his game, so let's try and find something a little bit different. Maybe we'll cast the games of Gabby. Gabby is a lady that has joined the PlayNity section. Hopefully we can say some more stuff about that, but she is very highly ranked. I believe she popped in to the top 100 last season. Maybe didn't quite finish in the top 100, but she does have a very creative, unique team. Thank you for the follow, Muggy Garza. I'm scared of that Termi player. Hopefully he's not in my bracket. He's playing good. He's playing out of his mind. That kind of patience to have 10 energy by round 4. Unheard of. Unheard of. Let's see. Let's jump into the game of Gabby. Facing off versus Taniro. Okay, so this is exactly the Axie that I have mentioned. Player number 1 is Taniro. And then we have Gabby Zaz, I believe. So Gabby is running an unusual team, right? The double Goda pretty standard, but the backlane does have a strawberry shortcake or a sweet party with cottontail, and then Goda sandal as well. This backlane plant is insanely difficult to play against because you can't really save your energy versus Goda, but if you don't save your energy, then you're just gonna waste your attacks on the strawberry shortcake. So an annoying one to play against. And round 1 looks like it's an all-out brawl, and let's see who's gonna come on top. We do see the Piranha coming in from the mid lane Aqua, and then the Sandal and the Goda from the Dusk, but that's plenty of curtail value for Gabby, and she attacks with the Goda and double pliers as well as curtail, so she looks like she comes out ahead of that trade. 2 cards from the curtail and then 50 more damage. Now the Piranha and the Randa will not be enough to take the front lane plant. The curtail doesn't quite finish it, and the double Sandal will be enough to take down the Dusk. So it looks like Gabby is moving out ahead on these trades. And the backlane plant is also sitting on double Bidens, and the mid lane Aqua doesn't really have many cards left over, and it does play a Cactus. Now you see the discrepancy in energy. Gabby has 6 energy, whereas the opponent of Taniro only has 2 energy left over, so he definitely has to skip one of these turns, and by skipping he sacrifices his Aqua. So let's see if this Gravelant Mosquito plant is good enough to try and pull a 1v2 in this game. Double Cactus and a Bidens calculated damage onto this Aqua, just plain enough to finish him off. And now we see the Goda and the Sandal coming in and dealing a little bit of damage, but the Mosquito will be enough to heal up, and it looks like it will be a very boring matchup, seeing who can heal up more. But it looks like my money is still on Gabby, as she can't play the Godas, so the plant on the left can never actually deal enough damage to break through the Sweet Party and the Cottontails. Let's see if we will see one Sweet Party coming through. That is one Sweet Party and double Goda. I'm not sure if double Goda is the best play. Maybe just single Goda is actually a little bit better. Now we see the Gravelant and the double Cactus. So the plant on the left knows that he can never save energy, and let's see what he will do with that information. Looks like he will start going for the Mosquito Gravelant combo. Now it is 320 health, but after the heal, oh, it's a critical strike, so he heals up to the maximum, and it looks like we are back to even terms. Now Gabby doesn't decide to use the Sweet Party, and she does crit herself 162. The plant does heal up all the way to 440, and after the Blood Moon Curse, Taniro is taking a little bit of an advantage, but it is still 6 energy to the 2 of Taniro, and it looks like he skips at the perfect moment. He wasn't skipping for the last 4 rounds, and now he skips when Gabby doesn't use Golda, and that will give him a massive advantage. But what it doesn't do is Graveland that plant of Gabby, and now moving in with 2 Sandals, she's able to deal 130 damage twice. Now the double Mosquito will not be enough. It's nowhere near enough to heal him up to even halfway health, so he's left with 168 health, and now a single Goda coming through, and the Strawberry Shortcake versus the double Mosquito. Now the double Mosquito does heal you up, but if you don't block these Sandals, you don't have much of a choice or much of a say in that matter, and a double Goda with the Strawberry Shortcake will be enough to finish off that plant on the left, because he can't heal up. He's moving in for the double Cactus, which looks like it was a little bit of a mistake. Maybe the double Mosquito will buy that plant one more round, and with just 9 health, Gabby perfectly calculates her limits when it comes to winning this 1v1 matchup. If there's any changes in the teams for game number 2. So game number 2, we do have a team change coming in from Taniro, playing in the mech and playing the bird. So it looks like he wants to go aggressive, he wants to go fast, and he wants to dominate. Double Goda, plenty of value. Unfortunately for Gabby, the plant is almost dead. Trying to save it is a desperate move, and it's one that's very risky, and unfortunately it often doesn't work out. I have tried it plenty of times, and very rarely does it work out. So playing the cards on the front lane plant, a big waste. Now the plant is dead, and there's pretty much nothing that Gabby can do in this matchup. Now Peacemaker crits as well. We see the double eggshell. Just a bunch of unfortunate set of circumstances coming in, and the backlane plant is very good, but I don't think it's good enough to pull a 1v3 in this scenario. So it looks like it will just be a quick surrender, and it is currently 1-1. So let's see who can take the win. You can't join the tournament anymore. The tournament has started. So now in game number 3, Gabby is playing on the left, not making any changes in this team, but it looks like Taniro has panicked. He's seen that his mech bird combo worked very well, and what he tried to do is predict that Gabby will change her team, but she sticks to her guns, playing the backlane plant with the strawberry and the double aqua. I don't think it can do enough versus this team. Now we see Caterpillar, Sandal and Goda coming in from Taniro, but all he does is provide Gabby with plenty of curtail value. We see the crit coming in with the Sandal and another Sandal to follow up, and that Dusk on the front lane of Taniro is as good as dead with 128 health left over, so he skips, and rightfully so. Now let's see what he can make of this. He does have the Spike Wing Pliers, which is an immense amount of damage if you use it correctly, and it looks like he gives Gabby plenty more curtail value. So not going too well for Taniro so far. Even though it's 2 Axies versus 2 Axies, it is heavily favored towards Gabby. The backlane attack using the shrimp doesn't quite finish off that aqua. It leaves it on 28 health, which might be troublesome. Let's see whether that will be the case. The Piranha coming in after the double koi is just not enough to protect that aqua on the backlane, and with another backlane attack from Gabby, she's able to take down the aqua. The acro coming in just a little bit too late to try and stop that shrimp attack, and now we see double cottontail coming in, and that Goda will have some value with it. And now we have 5 energy towards the 3 energy of Taniro, and it looks like it should be smooth sailing for Gabby, especially with the double Goda queued up already. Let's see how much that can do. Doesn't do that much damage, but losing 2 energy in the late game playing as an aqua player, definitely never fun. You can see the double acro coming in with the double razor bite, dealing quite a lot of damage, over 400 damage, but he doesn't have any energy left over. So all he can do is try and create a wall using his spongers, or he can try and hope for a crit of some sort using the acros, and he comes very close. 29 health on that plant. That's the amount of health that Taniro needed to win this game, which doesn't happen. He does use the double Nemo, but that doesn't give him much, as he's left with no energy at the end of the round, as Gabby plays a double Goda and the strawberry shortcake to heal that plant. We see another strawberry coming through, 231 heal to make that plant full health. And now that the Blood Moon curse kicks in, if the aqua doesn't kill the plant in this round, which doesn't look like it will happen unless there's 2 crits coming in, there's no crit coming in, and that aqua unfortunately as good as dead. Fair play to Gabby, a very unique plant. Taniro tried his best, he came very close, 29 health, but unfortunately that just wasn't enough, and Gabby does take the win. While we are waiting for the next match, let's have a look at the bracket. Thank you for all the follows that are coming in. Let's have a look at the bracket for anyone that's interested. That's !bracket on Twitch. And if we have a look right here, you can see how many rounds we will be playing. It is currently round 2, round 3. And we will play all the way until the finals, which is exactly 8 rounds. But what you are interested in is the round 6. Now the round 6 is the quarterfinals, and the quarterfinals allow the top 8 players to join the All-Star tournament. So we are currently on round 3. There's plenty of games that will be played, about 3 more hours of entertainment of Axie Infinity content. So that's how the black bracket looks like if you want to check it for yourself. And it looks like Alazzo has played his game, so let's try and have a look at that one. Okie dokie, I see it. Alazzo playing the very strong team of Triple Lunge. Let's see if that is good enough to take another win. Or another 2 wins. Now the Triple Lunge team is facing off versus Triple Antenna. Now we haven't really seen Triple Antenna be useful until late season 20. It has made a little bit of a comeback. The last time we have really seen it useful was back in season 18. Season 19, not many people decided to go for it, but I'm happy that it's back, as it's a very annoying team to play against, and I'm not the one facing it. So on the left we have Alazzo. I hope I spelled that correctly. That's correct. And then we have Gemmarino on the right, playing a very unique antenna team, but unfortunately 2 of those antennas are sitting on an Aqua, and we already know how much damage that Triple Lunge team can deal versus an Aqua. And also the Reptile is running a Razor Bite, which is healing that Aqua, and he doesn't have anything to stop it. So it looks like Alazzo is heavily favored in this matchup unless a miracle happens. But let's see, maybe we will be witnessing a miracle. That player is going for an antenna in the round 1. Unfortunately, doesn't get any energy to steal. We see double launch coming in, as well as a Goda from Alazzo, putting that front lane Dusk all the way down to 136 health, whereas he only dealt about 200 damage to the front lane of Alazzo, which is nowhere near enough. Now we're moving in for the Risky Fish as well as the Koi. Still not enough to kill that front lane Dusk, and the Sandal as well as the Scarab with the Cottontail will be enough to finish off that front lane Dusk of his opponent Gemmarino. And now we see the double antenna, another attempt. If it's round 3 and you still haven't stolen any energy and you have lost one Axie, it is already looking very dire, and that front lane plant still hasn't died. Now he also gets a Goda value, 174 damage coming in from the chained lunge, and that is pretty much as good as over, right? We see another Nemo, we see another Risky Fish, we see a Scarab and a Goda taking down the mid lane Axie of Gemmarino, and that back lane Aqua with no 0 cost. No heals, no Gravelands, no Hatsune. It is an impossible task for it to win. He does have a Goldfish speeding him up, but facing off versus the backlane Reptile that has a Scarab and a Razor Bite, it seems like an impossible task. He's still trying, he's doing his best, but it's just too little too late to try and have any impactful damage on that Dusk, and the chain lunge will be enough to take the backlane Aqua down, and Alazzo is 1-0 up in this round. Bench got top 32 with antenna. That's season 20, right? Or season 19? Season 20 I understand, but season 19 that was a little bit unique to play antenna, I think. I don't think season 19 was too much about antenna. Good day, Mr. Handsome. Hopefully you're talking to me. Hello. Let's move out of the way. Let's move out of the way so we don't cover the reptile of Alazzo. And Gemmarino is on the left this time around, and let's see whether Alazzo can have a clean sweep, making it 2-0. Round 1, we see another attack coming in from Alazzo. This time we don't see any antennas coming through, so maybe in the mid game or the late game the antennas can have a little bit more of an impact. We see the sandal, we see the double Golda. The double Golda doesn't destroy any energy, but it does inflict quite a lot of damage on the front lane Dusk, and it's now 187 health versus the 320 health of Alazzo, and with the chained launch he just has enough damage to take this Dusk down. Using the Cottontail, he takes one last stand bar off, but because he used confident before, the double carrot will still proc. Now moving in for the triple antenna, a very risky play that doesn't quite work out. It does kill the Dusk, but it doesn't steal any energy from it. Now we see the launch, we see the razor bite and the cotton tail, just to stay afloat with energy, but also to inflict as much damage into the aqua as you can. As long as he kills the mid lane aqua, that back lane reptile will not have any issues going into a 1v1 battle versus the backlane aqua. We see another double Golda coming in, and the aqua player is left with just 2 energy, and if you have 2 energy on your Axies that are aquas, you are in deep trouble. Now the sandal, the cattail, the launch and the scarab is enough to take down the mid lane Axie of Gemmarino, and the backlane reptile can just sit down, sit back and relax, as he knows the 1v1 is impossible for the aqua to win, especially when he has razor bites queued up. So you see the risky fish, the koi and the goldfish dealing about 230 damage to the health of the reptile, but with just double razor bite he's able to heal back all the way to the maximum. Cottontail just to stay afloat with the energy, and Gemmarino decides to quit this game, calling it a day, and Alazzo moves on to the next round. Okie dokie. I see that Aerial.G has played another game. Now Aerial.G is a person that I really want to focus on this tournament. He's running a team that looks like it's quite budget right now. A Terminator, not very expensive, very accessible. Back in season 18 it was rocking through the rankings, but after a couple of nerfs a Terminator is no longer as useful. Let's see if Aerial.G has what he needs to be able to beat a very meta team, and that team is a mech on the back lane with Toothless Raids, and then we see the Dusk result. Now I'm not really sure where to put myself. Let's go here. Let's go here. There's no space for me on the right, so I have to move into the left, and on the left we have Aerial.G, a very patient player that has already won 4 matches, or he's won 4 games, 2 matches, both of them 2-0, and right now he's playing versus Cookie Monster. Now Cookie Monster is running a unique team. No, well, not as unique. It used to be unique in season 19, now it's quite common. A very reliable team, the backdoor mech. Unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of the acro anymore. I think if you are playing this team, running the risky beast and running the dual blade allows you to kill pretty much every plant on the back lane, every reptile and every dusk. With an acro, I'm not sure that is the case. Obviously you have a little bit more playability when it comes to the 1v1 scenarios, but when it comes to the back lane damage or the back lane explosion, that mech doesn't offer as much value. Now in round 1, playing a Sirius and double pumpkin is a giant mistake in my eyes, especially when we already know what kind of playstyle Aerial.G is implementing. He's running a very slow playstyle, he's methodical, patient. Now we see him coming in with an offense to the front lane of Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster does play Yam in the right moment, so that Aqua has 4 poison stacks on himself. But he also plays the sticky goo on his Terminator, so you see one of those acro hits missed, and he's only inflicting 200 damage to the Terminator, which is nowhere near enough to kill it. And now he has to wait for yet another attack on that Terminator to try and finish him off. The Toothless Raid and the Juggling Balls wouldn't be enough to kill the back lane, and now the Terminator can have his attack. Double Tournier as well as a Chomp is just enough to kill the mech, and that mech is no longer, especially when it's stunned. There's no point wasting cards on that mech to try and inflict any damage. And although the mid lane Aqua of Aerial.G has 5 poison stacks, it looks like he will be just fine to take this game down. Garish Worm coming through Oranda to put that Dusk down to 301 health. He will be able to retaliate and finally take care of that mid lane Aqua by round 6, which is just a little bit too late, and Aerial.G should be able to take a win in this game. Going in for the sticky goo, and you see how smart Aerial.G actually is. He plays the sticky goo, and now Cookie Monster inflicts a stun onto himself, which gets cleared by the Yam. Unfortunately, it would have been a better play if there was no Yam. But with the Yam, the stun does get cleared, and now he plays a Pumpkin, a Yam and a Sirius to try and steal that energy. But with Cookie's Monster Dusk having 4 poison stack, I don't think he can break through the front lane of Aerial.G. But let's see, now that's 6 stacks, that's 7 stacks of poison. Pumpkin dealing 14 damage, Yam dealing another 14 damage, coming in with a poison stacks, and then a double disguise dealing plenty of damage as well. 8 poison stacks on that Dusk. Now we see another set of Yams coming in, and it got very, very close in the end. Aerial.G had only 3 points of health on his plant, but that's enough to take down the Dusk of Cookie Monster. It looks like there's no team changes in here. Aerial.G is still playing with his Terminator, Cookie Monster still playing with his mech, but this time he decides to change his layout. He no longer splits the Axies at the back, he moves the mech to the back, which makes it vulnerable to that shrimp. So let's see if that will work out for him. Round 1, Aerial.G, as always, playing it very slow, goes for the Yam, goes for the disguise, tries to stack as much energy as he can, but also maybe surprise his opponent with the Yam. Now round 2, Aerial.G already has his combo prepared, and knowing that he will attack the mech, he decides to do that. And when the mech dies in round 2, there's not really much that you can do anymore. We see the Winghorn coming through with the Chomp, but the Aqua is just fine. Now he is lacking cards. Cookie Monster only has 2 cards, and he hasn't really done any damage to anything yet. Aerial.G is sitting fine on 5 energy. He doesn't have to rush anything, he doesn't have to attack, he can just wait, skip, and wait for the Terminator cards to come through. And with the Terminator cards, he can clear through that plant and clear through that Dusk. Now we see the Winghorn combo doing quite a lot of damage to the mid lane Aqua of Aerial.G, putting it down to 45 health with 2 poison stacks and a stun on top of it. So if he wants to clear that stun, he will have to use a shrimp. He does decide to use the shrimp, risky fish, and then Oranda just to get as much value as he can from that Aqua. And then the Terminator can move in, deal 150 damage to the poison plant. Disguise and a Sirius almost kills the plant of Cookie Monster. He will put himself quite low, and with the poison stacks that he is running already. Sticky Goo to try and surprise the Dusk of Cookie Monster doesn't work out too well, but he preserves the life of the Terminator, and now that he has Sticky Goo again, he can play it. The Blue Moon clears... the Blue Moon doesn't clear the shield, and therefore the Grass Snake inflicts the stun and the Chomp misses. So the Terminator is sitting much healthier than Cookie Monster anticipated it to. Now the double Grass Snake, the Chomp and the Blue Moon will be enough to take the front lane plant of Aerial.G, but it is 130 health advantage for Aerial.G, so let's see whether that is enough to take this game down. And because he does have plenty more bug cards like the Tourney, I don't think that Cookie Monster can take this win. And we see 153 damage coming in from the Tourney, and then a Chomp to finish off the combo. And because the Dusk is left off on only 10 health and he has 3 poison stacks, there's no way that Cookie Monster can win this game, and Aerial.G picks up yet another win. Right, before we jump into another game, I will go for a quick toilet break, and I will be right back. What do we have right here? What do we have right here? Who do we have? I believe Gabby has played in the match. Maybe we can jump into the games of Gabby, as a lot of you seem to be enjoying a strawberry shortcake gameplay. I was supposed to put the music a little bit down, like 2 hours ago. Hopefully you're still here and you are grateful that I did it now. Now let's see whether Gabby can pull a rabbit out of the hat yet again using the strawberry shortcake team, which we are big fans of. Now facing off a scholar team. Let's move me yet again. Looks like whatever I am, I'm just covering up Axies. Which is unfortunate. Well, what can you do? So now, Gabby. Gabby on the right. And we have Mr. Liquid on the left. Now, Liquid is playing what looks like a scholar team. So a very simple beast on the mid lane, running a Ronin Imp and a double nut, and then the bird doesn't have any zero costs, so that might be a bit of an issue, especially knowing that Gabby will probably never target the plant using aqua cards because she doesn't want to run into the watering can. So let's see how this matchup plays out. I feel like it should be going towards Gabby. Now we do see the pliers coming in and the Goda having a critical strike for 162. That plant on the front lane is down to 222 health, so maybe there was the possibility to finish it off, but there's no need to risk it. The carrot dealing a little bit of damage, but not too much. And now we see the shrimp at maximum efficiency. That's an Oranda, and that's a blue moon trying to take the... Seriously? Trying to take the bird down, hitting it critically for 206 damage, whereas without the crit that bird would have been left on just 1 health and Gabby would have had to waste a little bit more damage. Now we see the Sandal coming through, we see the Goda, but that is not enough to take the plant off. Liquid down 47 health. We see the series, we see the carrot and the watering can, which provided Liquid with plenty of energy, and now the blue moon has to be wasted to try and clear that aqua down, to try and clear that plant down. And then the aqua gets cleared by the beast. Another critical strike from Goda. Looks like Gabby is on fire with those critical strikes. And then another Goda, another Sandal, and another critical strike. That is 3 critical strikes coming in from Gabby. Looks like Jehovah's Christ himself is on her side when it comes to winning this match. Luck is a part of winning, definitely, but we are talking about heaps of it in this matchup. That is large amounts of luck coming in, but whatever it takes, whatever it takes. At the end of the day, people will see that Gabby has won this match. Nobody will care how she's done it, and that is 1-0 for Gabby. Too bad it's the last free tournament from LFC. Not sure that's correct. I mean, I see that the next one will have 100 SLP buy-in, but for free. Bob and Cot, nice to see you here. Alright, now Gabby has changed the team and she has changed the position around just to make it a little bit more difficult for me. Now the double aqua is a very interesting team and it should be winning in theory versus the beast and the bird, because you can speed yourself up voluntarily rather than wait for something else to speed you up. So let's see if she has what it takes to beat this beast and bird team. I feel like not playing your aqua cards in round 1 can be a mistake depending on what your opponent feels like playing, but I usually don't see them playing watering can in round 1, so I like to get rid of those cards because then it's up to them what they want to play in round 2. If they don't have a watering can, we can just finish them off with our Jaguar. If they do have a watering can, they can waste it by playing it and we just skip the round. So Now, I feel like if you have 3 attack damage on Aquas in the first round, I feel like playing them is not a bad choice. Now in round 4, both of the plants are currently dead, and we see a Piranha and a Koi coming through with just 2 energy from Gabby, and I feel like that was a round where she could have skipped, just waiting for that energy, stacking it up a little bit. Or you can definitely get yourself an advantage by doing that, because if you have 3 energy to clear that beast, then you have 3 energy to clear that bird as well in the forthcoming round, which is not a possibility right now. So maybe clearing that beast a little bit too quick was actually a mistake, and now with the chill coming through and the double kestrel, Gabby will lose this match, and it is 1-1, so everything on the line in game number 3. And jumping into game number 3, let's see if Gabby makes yet another team change, or will she stick to her guns, playing the double aqua. It is yet another team. That is quite surprising, and that team is a double bug with double rice, double parasite, double discard, and then the pokey Hatsune plant at the back lane. Let's see if that works out. Now we see Liquid coming in for just damage, and he manages to crit the front lane bug of Gabby twice, making sure that there's maximum energy value coming in from the imp. So that is a good strike from the beast, but unfortunately he wastes a lot of cards, and now we see that because Liquid has plenty of energy, Gabby can use that to her advantage and use the rice to steal some of that energy. And because of the sticky good play on the front lane, that front lane plant of Liquid is not enough to take down the bug of Gabby, and she can use the mid lane bug to clear the front lane plant. Now in round 4, it's just a skip from Gabby, and now with 7 energy from Liquid, he can try and clear that mid lane bug without any issue, especially that the bugs don't have fish snacks, so they have to be really scared of the bugs. With the catfish, double pokey and a catfish, that will be enough to take down the beast. And with Bidens, she can clear the last stand, use the Hatsune and the catfish to inflict as much damage as she can to the bird. And with catfish, double pokey, playing 120 shield, there's no way that the backlane bird of Liquid can get close to killing that plant. And with another set of pokies, she's able to take the win 2-1 over Liquid and moving in to the next round of the LFC tournament. Can I ask for 20 minutes break? I'm not sure, you have to ask the moderators. Not sure what the ruling is on that. Let's see whether Alazzo has played yet another match, and maybe we can cover that one. Let's have a look at the bracket actually, see whether anyone has moved over to round number 4 yet. Let's see whether anyone has done that, or are we still stuck on round 3. OCG, thank you very much for the follow. We see the challenge website right here, and it looks like there's a couple of people waiting in round number 4, including Gabby and Alazzo. Now, if Alazzo wins round 3 match, he will actually face off versus Gabby, so that is a game that we definitely want to cover. So let's see whether Alazzo can take a win. And then in round 5 and 6 we will be moving into the quarterfinals. So there's plenty of people in round 4 that are currently waiting for the match, so we'll wait with them for anything interesting that pops up. And we see one person by the name of Dark that is already in round 5. So one more match for Dark and he will guarantee himself a spot in the top, in the All-Star tournament. Let's see how that can go for him. Gabby versus Alazzo Pog, indeed. Kapuroi and JNCY, thank you very much for the follows. If you guys got any questions regarding LFC or myself, make sure you send them over right now so I can answer those while we are waiting for a matchup. And I have just the match. I have just the match for us. It is yet another match coming in from Aerial.G. Now we have seen plenty of Aerial.G in this matchup already. He's playing Terminator, but he's playing it slow. He's playing it methodical, just waiting out, just waiting for the rounds to pass, gathering energy. See what he can do, see what he can spot out, and then move in for the kill. Now will that work versus Mr. Dark? Aerial.G on the left, Dark on the right, playing a double bug with a pokey Aqua. Now, round 1 goes very fast for Dark. He plays a Pincer, he plays a Parasite from the front lane bug, and then he plays a Pincer, and then he plays a Parasite from the mid lane bug, leaving Aerial.G on just 2 cards. And that plant has already taken a beating, down to 234 health, but still manages to get some value from it. Serious double disguise, putting him to 9 energy, and it feels like maybe he's playing this matchup a little bit too patient, wasting 1 energy already. As he skips round 3, he will have 10 energy and 1 wasted moving into round 4. He still hasn't killed or inflicted any serious damage into this front lane bug, and that Aqua unfortunately will die. And in round 5 the backlane Dusk is left to his own devices, and there's no way that he has enough cards, enough damage, or enough of anything to try and win this matchup versus the Pokey Aqua on the backlane as well as the mid lane bug. And that will be a quick surrender coming in from Aerial.G. So will Dark end the streak of Aerial.G, or will Aerial.G manage to make a comeback for the reverse sweep of Dark? And jumping into game number 2, nothing has changed. Dark on the right, still running a double bug team, and Aerial on the left, still running a Terminator. But it looks like Aerial has changed up his tactics, going in for the garage, going in for the risky fish, trying to inflict as much damage as he can on Dark, leaving his front lane bug poisoned, allowing the back lane Dusk of Aerial.G to inflict some more damage using the tourney versus a debuff target, and then the singular disguise from the front lane of Aerial.G just to trigger that garish worm and make that combo work. Now we see the shrimp coming through just to clear the stun. Not the most efficient play, but that's exactly what you need to do to try and win this matchup. We see a double discard, leaving Aerial.G on just 1 card, and the Yam will apply quite a lot of poison on the front lane, but unfortunately the front lane is already close to dying, so that's not a lot of value from that one. Oranda will be able to clear that one, and we are in a 2v2 matchup. Let's see, maybe this time Aerial.G can come up with a miracle, try and clear this one. Dark moving in for the kill, double Koi and double Piranha will be enough to take down the mid lane Aqua of Aerial.G as he's not able to protect it. And then the Dusk at the back lane, known as a Terminator, is in a very rough shape to try and claw back in this game. We see the sticky goo coming through just to clear that fear. Unfortunately, that's not enough. Now the pincer of Dark will be able to clear his fear, and the parasite misses due to the stun. Now we see lagging, double tourney and a chomp, which will do a good chunk of damage to that bug. Actually, that's enough to have a kill, but the backlane Aqua still running at high health, high damage with the pokey. Piranha and a Koi speeding himself up just enough to outspeed that Dusk, or will he? Let's see whether that is true. Actually, the Dusk of Aerial.G outspeeds Dark, but he doesn't draw a lagging, making sure that he can't break the stun twice. Using the chomp, the tourney and the lagging, he would have been able to inflict enough damage to the backlane Aqua of Dark and make it 1-1. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Aerial.G drops out of the tournament due to card draw in the last round, but he did give it his best, and we have seen a Terminator that has been navigated well in the first 4 rounds of this tournament, and maybe a team that some of you can create for your scholars, which is very cheap. It's actually very cheap, as Terminator has been overbred. You can get it for like $60-70, and looks like it can still be very, very effective. Looks like Alazzo has played his series versus Mr. 30. So let's see how that matchup went. And let me just remind you that if Alazzo wins this game versus 30, he moves on to play Gabby. Unfortunately, it's going to be either Alazzo or Gabby dropping out of the tournament. 2 people that we have followed closely. And unfortunately, we're going to lose one of them at the end of that series. So let's see whether Alazzo can win versus 30 first. And I'm not quite sure who is who. I'm assuming that Alazzo is on the left and that 30 is on the right. That is a speculation, but looking at the Axies, I'm pretty sure Alazzo is on the left, and I think that's confirmed as well. So round 1, quite a lot of action. We have seen the bone sail coming in from the Aqua, the double caterpillar to deal a bunch of damage, 148 damage from the caterpillar into the front lane plant of 30, and 30 goes for a risky play using the double series. Unfortunately, that doesn't yield him any value, and now we have to see the Graveland come through with the cactus, and already a lot of energy wasted from 30 to try and clear that Aqua. Unfortunately, that Aqua is still pretty healthy, 283 health on it, and if there isn't another set of cactuses from 30, he will never get to kill that Aqua. We see the Acro, double knot and a hero coming through, and that is still not enough to clear that Aqua. With the mosquito coming in as well as Bumpy, Aqua gets back up to 99 health, and it's round 5 and 30 has still not killed a single Axie. Now Alazzo gets to use the eggshell, the last one, balloon, and another last one to clear the mid lane plant of 30, and using just 2 cards, 30 attacks the bird of Alazzo, which is a giant giant disappointment for him, right? Because he's not able to clear a single Axie, and it's round 7. So it's as bad as it can go for 30, but Alazzo is sitting pretty on his 3 Axies, and Peacemaker, as well as the last one, is enough to one-shot a mech. So it is 1-0 for Alazzo, and it looks like he has the advantage in this series. Let's see if he can make it 2-0. Now, in game number 2, let's see if there's any team changes. Looks like Alazzo is on the right and 30 is on the left. And if I'm not mistaken, that bird has exchanged the mech. So we see the little one as well as the post-fight try and backdoor the bird, and then maybe clear that aqua a little bit quicker using the bird cards. Now this is a good exchange. I feel like the bird coming in instead of the mech will be a lot more efficient in clearing the axes of Alazzo. In round 1, Alazzo attacks, 30 decides to skip, and now we see an offensive coming in from Alazzo, going in for the bumpy double bone sail as well as a curtail and a balloon from the bird, almost enough to take down the front lane Axie of 30, but he does play plenty of shield. The double cactus series and the double sandal cactus and a series attacking the aqua, but it doesn't deal a lot of damage, right? Sandal deals very limited amounts of damage, and when Alazzo plays a bumpy, that aqua is staying very, very healthy. Now finally in round 4, 30 does get his back lane combo from the bird, but it might just be a little too late because Alazzo has already used plenty of cards from that bird, so killing it is actually not that efficient, and maybe attacking the front lane would have been the better play, and then try to use the eggshell to outplay that bog. But this is what 30 has decided to go with. Blackmail, eggshell and a post fight will be enough to take this aqua, and looking at this matchup, if 30 can pull off one Graveland versus this bug, he should be able to kill it using his bird, as that deals plenty of damage versus this bug. He can only play caterpillars and he can only play cottontails when he's gravelanted, so we will see a double zigzag as well as a gravelant coming in just to heal that plant a little bit and see whether he can survive versus the attack of the caterpillars, right? 30 doesn't decide to risk it. He's just going in for the kill with the eggshell, with the blackmail and double post fight, executing his own bird. But with that, he takes the win, and it is currently 1-1 in the series. And let's see who takes on this win to face versus Gabby in the next round. Looks like we are getting a little bit of equality matches in this tournament. The last tournaments that we hosted, it was until round 5 or 6 where we started seeing some 2-1s, whereas in this iteration we're seeing plenty of 2-1s rather than clean sweeps, which is much better to watch. Right now we see again just a bunch of things changing around the teams. Now the Graveland has moved to the back. Alazzo puts a different bug on the mid lane and a different bird. Now the bird stays the same, it's just the mid lane that has changed from the cottontail to the twin tail, so betting on the offensive a little bit more, and 30 has decided to go for a shrimp aqua on the mid lane. Now let's see whether he can gather the combo quick enough to make use of that mid lane aqua. We see the double eggshell coming in from Alazzo using the last one. Just try to use as many cards as he can from this bird before it dies to the inevitable shrimp that will come through. Now because Alazzo already used plenty of cards from his bird, 30 doesn't decide to wait for a shrimp combo. Instead, he goes on the offensive versus the front lane Aqua, which is a good call, right? You don't want to kill a back-lane bird, which already used plenty of cards as there's no value there. Now, going in for the shrimp as well as the Oranda is a good call. You want to clear that fear coming in from the balloon of Alazzo. So inflicting a little bit of damage, 162 versus the bug, and the bug queues up 3 cards as well as the Twin Tail for the damage. So Mosquito, Caterpillar, Sticky Goo and Twin Tail deals plenty of damage versus the Aqua, even though it has the class disadvantage. And now 30 goes for the Gravelant, but he does stun himself while doing so. Now, there's not plenty of cards left in 30 hand. He has the Zigzag, he uses the Bidens and the Gravelant, so he manages to disable the bug of Alazzo, but with just 2 energy left over and 4 cards in his hand, no Bidens, there's no chance that he can clear that bug, especially when the bug decides to heal as well. Now we see Alazzo moving in for the kill. Balloon, Eggshell, Peacemaker, and the last one putting that plant down to 74 health with the help of a crit and a double Twin Tail. 47 damage every single strike, so 4 times 47 is enough to clear the backlane plant of 30, and Alazzo takes the win over 30, 2-1 in a close series, but he does take the win and he moves on to play Gabby in the next round. An interesting matchup that we definitely want to see. Didn't draw a shrimp, that's, yeah. Cast a soothing voice, thank you very much. Alright, let's wait for the next game. Now we are currently waiting for the next matchups to happen. Find an interesting game. Unfortunately, Aerial.G has already dropped as Dark has took him out, so maybe following Dark is something that we want to do. Alazzo versus Gabby is a matchup that we need to watch, and then we will start moving in closer to the quarterfinal matches. Top 8 does guarantee you a spot in the All-Star tournament of LFC, where the prize pool is 50,000 SLP. Shrimp Oranda, I don't understand that. Shrimp is necessary to clear the fear, and then he wanted to use the Oranda to inflict some damage on the bug, so it wasn't a bad play. There wasn't many other plays that he could have done other than save, probably. But if you save, when are you gonna kill? When are you gonna kill the bug? Can I start a prediction if Alazzo will win? Okay, we can do that. I think we can do that. Let's try. Here we go. You can vote on Twitch. We have a 5-minute survey. You can vote, I'm pretty sure now. Yeah. If you go over to Twitch and in the top right. Oh, this is satisfying. It's just a loop. Okay, in the top right, you don't really see this because my head's in the way. Oh god. Here we are. On the top right, you can vote whether it's going to be Gabby taking the win or whether it's Alazzo. Due to the experience, I'm going to place my bet on Alazzo, but I wouldn't be surprised if Gabby wins. So let's see who takes it. 6 votes to 1 for Alazzo. Hopefully we see an upset. You guys have 5 minutes to vote. All clumsy. Thank you very much for the follow. And let's see whether we can get this matchup on the way. Was just on YouTube stream, but sends you to the follow here. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think Twitch overall is a little bit better for streaming. It's a lot more interactive. But sometimes you just have to stream on both platforms because there's nothing else that you can do. I don't think YouTube is a good place to be streaming. A lot more interactive. Okay. Let's have a look at the brackets, see if there's anything interesting happening here. Let's see how many people we have in round number 5 already. Looks like there's one. There's Vian playing as well, so we might want to cover that one. There's a couple of round 5 matches that are happening, and those round 5 matches are very, very crucial because everyone that wins the round 5 match moves into the top 8, which is the quarterfinal. And if you move into the top 8, you get yourself a spot in the All-Star tournament, which has 50,000 SLP prize pool. So that's interesting to see. We currently have 5 people in the round 5 matches, so there's still 11 people that will join us in the round 5 matches, and only 8 will be left in the round 6 matches in the top 8. So let's just wait for a couple of these matches to get underway, and then we'll jump into those. What's up, man? I'll be kinda late. No worries, mate. Thank you for joining. Thank you for all the follows. There's still probably about 2 hours of games that we have coming in. Just have to wait patiently for some of the matches to start. Imagine if they released Origin with the same background music. It's possible. How can I play in the next tourney? Just join the Discord of LFC. They always announce stuff in there, and there's going to be plenty of tournaments in April coming in from them, so it's worth watching out for. Thank you for the follow. My Axies are bad, but I still want to play. You can play. There's no restrictions. There's plenty of scholars playing in this tournament that just have one team. Obviously, it's optimal to have a couple of teams so that you can adjust to your opponent. But there's no rules saying that if you have one team, then you can't play. Now we do see a game that has just popped up. Let's see which round this game is in. And it looks like this game is in round 4. Now this game is very important because the winner of this game will be facing off versus either Gabby or versus Alazzo. So let's see who takes this match down. It's Levy versus Well Played. So that's what we have going on. Now I'm not sure who is who, so I will just put in the nicknames and then adjust them after. Levy, Well Played. Gabby isn't answering. I think she did ask for a little bit of a break before the match, so check with the moderators. Now, when it comes to this matchup, we do see a very unusual front lane plant with the anemone parasites. Cattail Nutcrack sitting at just 438 health, and it looks like the God Reptile with the backlane mech should be taking an advantage of this game. Let's see how that will go in practice. We see a Spiky Wing coming through with the Koi. Not a big fan of using Spiky Wing round 1, but it looks like it did get some value. Now we see a Nutcrack coming in, and then the Goda from the mech player, another Goda and a Caterpillar from the front lane Dusk, and a Nutcrack to even out the playing field. So it looks like the double Aqua player has actually moved ahead when it comes to damage on the front lanes because of the Spiky Wing. We see another Risky Fish coming in and the Clamshell, but the unfortunate thing is that you don't have any Spiky Wings left over to deal with the mid lane Reptile, and that's a big issue because Spiky Wing is a huge part of your toolkit to deal with those high shield targets, especially on the mid lane. And if you use them early on, then you don't really have anything left that allows you to deal with them. The Scarab, Nutcrack and Acro is really good. It deals about 200 damage into the health of the reptile, but that's nowhere near good enough to try and take this game down. Let's see, maybe I am mistaken. The Scale Spoon and the Bulk Quartz, the Aqua player is sitting on 3 energy. And it looks like the reptile will be given up. So only 2 energy left on the mech player. This could still be very close. Let's see whether the Aqua player can take this. Golda, Hare and Hero coming in, which doesn't inflict enough damage on this Aqua. Now we see the Spiky Wing, double Clamshell dealing 178 damage on the second attack, and now because the Aqua is actually quicker, a double Koi will be good enough to take the mech down. Now that is something I did not expect to happen, I'll be honest with you. I thought the reptile is just gonna have a field of a day facing up versus these Aquas, but it looks like it wasn't quite enough. That 3-bar plant was quite crucial, not gonna lie, that 3-bar plant was crucial. Now, in game number 2, let's see if we see any team changes. It looks like there's nothing on the left, the plant is still the same. On the right we see the reptile be moved to the back, and the mech has been replaced with an Aqua that has Acro and Scarab. So now I think that the team on the right with the reptile definitely has an advantage. We see a Clamshell coming in with the Scarab, and then the Nut and the Cattail. The Dusk is down to just 97 health, and let's see if he can draw enough cards to protect himself. Looks like he will not even try. The Clamshell Parasite Cattail combo is enough to finish this Dusk off. And now with double Piranha and double Nemo, I think this is a little bit of a mistake. Saving yourself 1 Nemo is always good so that you can pair it up with the Acro. But he does draw the Acro Scarab combo, so that is not an issue, and this plant in this round will not go into a triple bar last stand as the Scarab deals too much damage. And now the Kotaro Bites can be used to float some more energy. The Aqua does die onto an unfortunate double crit combo, but the reptile is sitting pretty on 9 energy, so he can just play double Tiny Dino combo. After round 5 that deals 168 damage into an Aqua, so it's going to be a smooth sailing through the mid lane Aqua, and let's see if he can repeat the process versus the back lane Aqua as well. And it looks like it should be quite doable, even though the backlane Aqua does have a Spiky Wing. That shouldn't matter unless he crits on all 3 of his cards. There's no way that this reptile is falling to a mere Aqua on the back lane that doesn't have any beast or broke damage. So down to 200 health the reptile goes, but with the Scaly Spoon and double Tiny Dino, that is enough to take this Aqua down. And well played versus Levy is sitting at 1-1. I'm still not sure who has which team, but we are moving into game number 3. And now game number 3, let's see if there's any more team changes. Looks like the reptile player is sticking to his guns, but the player on the left does decide to go for a triple poison team. Now, not a big fan of the mid lane Dusk, as it does have a hero. You already have enough 0 costs, especially with that this guy's at the front, so the hero is not necessary, but maybe for budget reasons that's the card that he decides to go with. So poison teams usually like to start very slow, so going in for the damage, Acro, Scarab and Golda, you shouldn't see too much resistance coming in from the poison team. And now you can comfortably skip if you are running the reptile, because the front lane plant of your opponent will panic and probably play a pumpkin, and if it's not a pumpkin then it's definitely going to be a serious. So that's exactly what we see, and the reptile player is moving ahead of this matchup, inflicting a lot of damage to the front lane plant of his opponent. opponent, but also surviving as many rounds as he can so that Tiny Dino can finally take an effect. Sandal and Cattail not quite enough to clear that front lane plant, and Kotaro will be wasted on a 6 health plant, so this is causing real trouble to the Reptile player. Now we see the Winghorn, the Hero and the Chomp coming through, drawing that 1 extra card and also inflicting quite a lot of damage to the mid lane Aqua, while leaving it stunned and with 2 poison stacks. The stun will be cleared and Double Piranha will still inflict quite a lot of damage onto the mid lane Dusk. Hero, Grass Snake and a Chomp, always a good combo, and we see the backdoor coming in with the poison stacks as well as the Furball, but the Reptile was more than prepared with over 100 shield coming through, and this backlane attack hasn't dealt any significant damage. He actually hasn't dealt any damage at all if it wasn't for the poison stacks. Now the Winghorn with the Chomp coming in again, 4 stacks of poison on the back lane. Now that can start playing a port, but the Kotaro Bite misses due to the stun from the Chomp. So energy is an issue for both of these people. We see the Winghorn attack with the Hero again, leaving the God Reptile on the back lane with 5 poison stacks, and now the Furball coming in on the front lane, clearing the front lane and making sure that the back lane doesn't have that much left over as well. And now with double Grass Snake, that will be 7 poison stacks on that Reptile, and then we see the Cerastes coming in as well, just to lower that shield, and then Fairball should be enough to clear the God Reptile, and it puts it into last stand, and with 403 health that poison team will be enough. And I can let you know right now that Levy was playing these crazy teams, the Hero on the poison, the front lane Anemone plant, just very budget Axies, but he makes them work. He makes them work, so you can't blame the guy. Aerial.G, make sure you contact me on Discord, please. Send me the same message on Discord. Let's see whether we have any more matches of significance that have been played. Ooh, Dark is playing a match. Now we have seen Dark defeat Aerial.G, which was quite a shame for Aerial.G, but a good score for Dark, and it looks like Dark has played yet another match, so we want to jump into that one. Let's see what kind of match this is. Dark versus Stefan. Is it to the quarterfinals? It is to the quarterfinals. So that is the first round 5 match that will dictate who moves over as our first quarterfinalist, meaning that they qualify for the All-Star tournament as well. So it is Dark taking on Steven in round 5 to decide who moves to the All-Star tournament. Not sure who's who. I believe Dark was playing with the Aqua that was blue on last time. So Dark on the left, Steven on the right, Keys moving away. So, a mirror matchup. We do see a mirror matchup. Double bug on the front lane for both teams. Double fish snack, double pincer, single scarab, single sandal. The only difference is that Dark plays his scarab on the front lane and Steven plays his scarab on the mid lane. And that makes me think that this team advantage is going towards Dark because he has more of a chance to draw his sandal, and when he draws his sandal he will be dealing extra damage to the bugs. So very smart play, doing his research. Dark is one step ahead of his opponent, and he also has the piranha, which deals more damage than the risky fish, so that should play a part as well. And also getting a crit from the koi plays a part, because you can just one-shot the bug on the front lane in round number 1 and discard him as well using the pincer and the parasite. So it is currently 2 Axies to 1, and Steven surprisingly takes it back with a crit of his own from the Scarab. So both of the front lane bugs die, and we see a double sandal coming through. That's 194 damage twice, leaving Steven's bug on the mid lane with just 2 health. And now the discards come through. Pincer, double parasite, clearing the bug, and also leaving Steven's hand absolutely empty, where Dark can just skip this turn, wait for his koi to come through. We see another pokey in his hand, and with the double piranha he inflicts just enough damage to kill the aqua of Steven. So well played to Dark, positioning his bugs a little bit better. We have seen plenty of crits, but those didn't really matter that much. Yeah, putting the sandal in the middle is huge. It's absolutely huge. Especially that he pulled it off as well, drawing the double sandal in the mid game. Which team are you from, Alazzo? Now, nobody has decided to change the team, but Steven has decided to change the positioning, moving his sandal into the mid lane, which is a very smart play. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to have the sandal in the mid lane, you want to have more of a chance to draw it and to deal that extra damage. So that's exactly what we see, and let's see if we're gonna go for an all-out brawl in round number 1. And that's exactly what we get. We see a pokey from both sides. We see the risky fish. Front lane bugs are simply getting annihilated. Pincer and a parasite just to discard as many cards as you can. Put that bug into a last stand, and the double sandal will be enough to clear the front lane bug of your opponent. And if Steven doesn't draw a 0 cost, this really becomes problematic. Now he goes for the pokey balloon, a very risky play. Why would you ever do that? Wasting 1 energy and wasting a card, completely not necessary, leaving your double koi exposed so that your opponent can discard that one. And now you're not gonna draw a double koi for a couple of rounds, meaning that 1v1 aqua matchup will become very problematic. We do see a parasite coming through with the fish stack, but the backlane aqua is stunned, so you need to draw another card to try and clear that stun, and the second koi gets discard, which makes me think that Dark should be taking this matchup. We see the pokey, we see the balloon coming through, the piranha and the koi is just enough to take the mid lane bug off Steven down. And with Steven hand being absolutely empty, it will be difficult for him to win this game, especially that Dark is sped up and he can fear the aqua of Steven. Now Steven only went for 1 card, which is nowhere near enough to try and clear that bug. Now we see pokey and the balloon. That is enough, but he does stun himself, and with no way to one-shot the aqua of Dark, he simply has to deal with a situation where he loses this matchup. Was it winnable? Potentially it was winnable. That one wasted pokey might have been it, and that risky fish onto when you are going second, another potential mistake. Unfortunate for Steven, but Dark did play well with his team, and he knew exactly what he has to do to take this game down. Alright, so now we have our first quarterfinalist by the name of Dark, moving in to the All-Star tournament planned in April. and we can focus on the rest of quarterfinal matches coming in to see who else makes it into the round 6. Alright, looks like we have another round 5 match that will dictate who moves into the quarterfinal, and that is Weian playing versus Bench. So let's see, I believe Bench is from the same team as Alazzo, if I'm not mistaken. So we should be able to get a good game right here. No. So I'm not sure who is who. It is Weian playing up against Bench. Let's put Bench on the right, let's play Weian on the left. Weian. You're casting random games? I am selecting random games, yes. Unless there's someone that we have already casted and they move forward, then I usually focus on those. Bench is on the left. Okay, thank you for letting us on. No. So that's what we have right here. We have the double plant facing up versus, you could say double plant as well. It is a Dusk at the front lane that is doing exactly the same as a plant would. Round 1 goes very slow. Bench is playing the Goda, getting some energy destruction value, and now the Hair and the Peacemaker coming in from Weian to try and inflict as much damage as he can on that Dusk, leaving it with 214 health, and the Curtail Sandal Goda combo will be enough to take this Dusk down and also destroy some energy. So 5 energy of Bench versus the 2 energy of Weian. He can definitely decide what he wants to do. Now going in for the Shrimp, that is unfortunately not good enough to kill the bird because you are feared, but what he can do is inflict as much damage onto that front lane plant, leaving it on just 49 health. That is very unfortunate because you don't manage to kill the plant, you don't manage to backdoor the bird. And maybe using the Spiky Wing the round before to clear that fear would have been a play, but it's very difficult to predict that. Now going in for the Spiky Wing, the Cactus and the Hatsoon. A little bit of an overkill on the front lane plant. I feel like Spiky Wing and Cactus would have been enough, but it's not that bad. Bench still has plenty of energy. The Mosquito does heal him up a little bit, and now it's 4 energy versus the 5 of Weian, and he can go for the double Hair, which he doesn't decide to do, just healing up with his Zigzag and playing Hatsoon for the shield. Bench doing exactly the same, playing Hatsoon for as much shield as he can, Mosquito to heal himself up, and then the Cactus and Hatsoon to do quite a lot, leaving Weian's plant on just 161 health. But let's see if Bench can finish that one, and it looks like it might just be a little bit difficult because he can't play the range card in terms of Spiky Wing as he was Hatsoon's, and that Cactus Hatsoon combo is enough to put Bench's plant into last stand, and Weian takes the lead in this series. Let's see if there's any team changes. Moving into game number 2 between Bench and Weian. And it looks like there's quite a lot of team chain between Bench and Weian. So much so that I'm not sure who is who. Maybe Bench on the right, as I see the same Dusk. But it could be either way. Now let's see who's going to take this game down, whether it's going to be Weian to make it 2-0 or whether Bench can make a little bit of a comeback. Now we see the Dusk using the Go, the same as we have seen last game, just destroying that one energy, and now the Bird moves in for the Peacemaker as well as the Eggshell to try and sacrifice itself for the greater cause. We see the Goda getting another energy destruction, and the Caterpillar is just about enough to finish off that front lane plant. Now the Bird draws even more cards, Eggshell, Tri-Feather, and the last one almost killing the Aqua. Critical strike for 285 damage, leaving the Aqua on just 5 health, and this is going to be very, very difficult to navigate for the mech player, right? We see the double knot and the hero, just enough to kill the plant, and now it's a 1v1 scenario where the mech is facing off versus a bug, but the bug does have discards, it does have heals, it does have stuns, it has energy generation. Very hard for the mech player to do anything about it if he doesn't draw 0 cost cards, so he can outplay the Sticky Goo, and it looks like he will do exactly that. Go for the double knot, use the hero to clear the stun, and the 4th knot will leave the bug on 161 health. Unfortunately, that is not enough, as the bug can heal but also kill the mech using the mosquitoes, and it looks like it was Bench on the right taking the win and making it 1-1. I heard your voice so much on YouTube, but your YouTube, it's Gugus. Okay, it's currently 1-1. It is currently 1-1. A very important match for both of these players. And Bench does not change his team. He knows that it worked last time, so let's see if he can make it work this time as well. But Weian on the right, this time changing it up. After he lost, he goes for the double plant, going back to the Hitsune. He knows that it worked, and he wants to use that hair as well. Now round 1 we see Bench moving in for the last 140 damage inflicted onto the front lane plant, but the double hair as a retaliation and the Eggshell. We have seen plenty of crits today, but that is no excuse to do another crit on the front lane Dusk of Bench for 200 damage with the hair. That is absolutely disgusting. The Tri-Feather and the Eggshell, a desperate move to try and finish off that front lane plant. The Goda will have some value destroying that 1 energy of Weian, but it's not enough to kill the plant. And now the Bird moves in for the kill, and Bench has to use even more cards to clear that plant. Fortunately, with the Cactus from Weian, and the last stand does disappear, and now just using the Sticky Goo to try and predict some damage from the Bird and potentially stun it. That's not the case, and we see the double Peacemaker as well as the Eggshell to sacrifice the Bird, but also do as much damage as Bench can into this plant while not limiting his bug from the Hitsune. So we see the Zigzag that heals up the plant more than it would when it was attacking a bug, but you can't really predict that one. Now we see the hair, the Peacemaker, the balloon, and the Eggshell doing a crap ton of damage into this bug, and with the critical strike yet again, the bug will fall down, and unfortunately the Bird, which used the aroma, doesn't fall, and the 61 health on Bench's Bird will be the end of him, right? He goes for the Peacemaker, he goes for the Eggshell and the last one, but that amount of health will not be enough to survive the attack of Weian's Bird, and it looks like critical strikes are taking over this tournament. We have seen plenty of crucial critical strikes at just the right moment where it swings the favor towards the other player. And as 1437 says in his nickname from season 20, finish, delete crits. Please delete crits. Let's see, what kind of interesting match can we get next? Yeah, those crits are pretty unfair. I think they should have been deleted a long time ago. But what can you really do? What can you really do? Let's have a look at the bracket. Okay, John the Vegan. Hello, thank you for the follow. Let's look at the bracket, whether anyone else has jumped into the quarterfinals or is currently playing a match for the quarterfinals. Definitely interesting to see some of those happen. Let's refresh that one. Yeah, I've seen the announcement from Ron. It's good. It's good. It's exactly what it needs to be. I wish I had Ron. Never too late, is it? It's never too late to get yourself some Ron. Did Ron have a spike because of this news? Let's see. Don't feel like it did, but maybe 2.2. That's not bad. 2.2. Manager has a lot. Do you still have? Are you on a scholar, Alazzo? You can't be on a scholar with that many Axies, can you? I'm a scholar, those aren't my Axies. Wow. That's interesting. That is interesting. So how many people do we have in the quarterfinal? One, two. Oh, Dark is currently playing. Looks like Vayan has a match as well, so let's wait for a couple of matches to start. Looks like most of the quarterfinals have finally been settled, and we'll see who's moving over to the same semi-finals. So that's going to be interesting to see. Dark looks like a very good favorite, but then we see Vayan as well, who's played an interesting match. And then obviously Alazzo can still surprise us. Facing up versus Levy, a player that has just incredibly interesting Axies, making them work a single anemone on the front. You never know what's gonna happen with Levy. So let's just patiently wait for a couple of these matches that dictate who moves over to a semi-final already. Moving quick, so Dark, Ruvev, Wayan, Cobs and Bestocco, 5 players that we already have settled in the quarterfinals, meaning that they all move forward to the All-Star tournament, which happens in April, where they will face off in a tournament that has 50,000 SLP as its prize pool. Let's see who we have. This phase of the tournament will slow down a little bit, as obviously there's a little bit more wait time between those matches that need to finish up and people waiting in the next rounds. So it takes a little bit of patience, whereas at the start you just have round after round just firing off on all fronts. Now we have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just 11 people left in the tournament. That's all we have. 11 left, and 3 of those people will drop out without making it to the All-Star tournament. But for those that stay in the top 8, they will guarantee themselves a place in the All-Star tournament, but also they will have 750 SLP each. And then we see the higher prices, right? So the 7.5 thousand SLP for taking down first place and 3.7k SLP for taking down second place. So that's exactly what we have going on right now. Let me just remind you that we have some more tournaments coming in from LFCarry, and that is a tournament on the 8th of April, which is the All-Star Tournament. There's another one on April 1st, April 11th through April 17th, 18th to 24th, 25th to the 1st of May. So there's plenty of tournaments throughout April. So make sure you just follow LFC very, very closely, especially the Discord, where they announce every single tournament that will be happening. I'm the Cobs, nice. Very intense competition. Looks like there's gonna be a month of competition. Olive Hugh, thank you for the follow. Good morning. It's 6 PM my time, but good morning. Okay guys, I will take this moment to go for another short toilet break, and hopefully there is a matchup from the quarterfinals coming up when I get back. So be right back. We're still waiting for the next match to start. And we have one game coming in from Leonardo CK, and that means that if Leonardo wins this game versus Ian France, he moves into the round 6 in the same bracket where Alazzo is. So Leonardo versus Ian, a very important matchup to see who faces up versus either Alazzo or Levy. So let's jump into that game. Round 5 game versus Leonardo and Leonardo KCV versus Ian France 09. Game number 1. What was that? Game number 1. And it looks like we have one person that is playing a triple lunge team on the left. Ian France. Let's put Ian on the right. Let's put Leonardo on the left. Leonardo. And me on the bottom. So let's start this one. Now the double plant and the beast, we'll see whether that beast on the backlane can survive enough to do any significant damage to the Dusks and the reptile. Round 1 very aggressive. We see the little branch, we see the nutcrack, but it does provide extra cards to Leonardo that played the Cattail, using all of his energy from the Cattail as well as the pumpkin on the mid lane. Not sure this is the best of cause. I know that you get an extra card which is necessary, especially for the beast to start doing some damage, but is that the best play to use a mid lane pumpkin like that? I'm not sure this is the most effective one. We see the double sandal as well as a Goda with a chained lunge coming in from Leonardo, which takes down the plants. The plant does still attack with the cactus and the watering can, but that doesn't do enough damage to clear the front lane Dusk of Leonardo. Now Ian France still has to play a pumpkin and a Cattail, and now you see the problem that this causes. 2 pumpkins have already been used. Both of them didn't really do that much other than drawing a card, and now Ian France is sitting on plenty of cards, but he has no possibility to shield himself. All he can do is try and heal this plant up, and going for the heals when you are facing a Scarab, never a good choice. Now, not having a 0 cost or an energy generation or an energy steal on the backlane beast makes it very difficult to stay energy efficient in a matchup like this when you are facing the double Goda. Going for the double nuts as well as the risky beast doesn't do enough to kill the Dusk of Leonardo. That Dusk leaves on 110 health, and all Leonardo has to do is use the reptile from the backlane, queue up as much damage as he can to clear that beast, and even though he puts him in the last stand, that doesn't really matter too much because it is simply GG. Now the risky beast still deals 250 damage from last stand, but that's not quite enough to take the reptile down, and Leonardo is 1-0 up in this matchup, and let's see whether he can make it 2-0 to move into the quarterfinals. Let's see whether the teams change in round number 2. In game number 2, looks like Leonardo still going for the same team as he did, but Ian France does change to a double aqua team. A double sandal and a Goda coming in from Leonardo, destroying 1 energy and dealing about 350 damage into the plant of his opponent, leaving him very wounded, but also destroying 1 of the energies. Now it's 6 energy versus the 4 of Leonardo, and now Ian France will probably go for the kill. You can see double piranha queued up with another piranha from the back that deals about 350 damage into the Dusk, but the Dusk is still sitting on 192 health, and with the serious watering can cactus combo, he will not be able to play it because the triple launch prevents him from doing so. That's 150 damage coming in from every single of those Axies. That's 450 total, so there's no way that the plant can live through that, and that is 3 energy essentially wasted from that plant, getting nothing done. And I don't see those 2 aquas being able to do enough versus the Dusks and the Reptile. Even with the Acros, the Scarabs, the Risky Beast, that's plenty of Beast and Bug damage, but the Dusk and the Reptile simply too tanky, and with the Chained Lunge dealing 174 damage, as well as the Razor Bite to heal, although he wouldn't be able to heal versus the Scarab, that's not going to matter, that's not going to happen, because the back lane Aqua will never get to play a 1v1 versus the Reptile. Using the Cottontails the round before, managing to create enough energy to one-shot this Aqua, Ian Franz was left helpless, and Leonard moves to the next bracket, where he will face either Alazzo or Levy. So let's now see whether we can watch the match of Alazzo and Levy and see who will play versus Leonard. Looks like we have that game on the way. Alazzo versus Levy. Levy played a very unique team of a poison hero on the mid lane. A unique one. Let's call it unique. Alazzo is back to the basics, playing an Aqua back lane with a Spiky Wing, whereas the mid lane does have a Scarab, Bumpy, and a Razor Bite. Alazzo. And the front lane plant does have a Mosquito as well as a Hetsun, so if it does come down to a 1v1, the Bidens and the Mosquito should be enough to take down any of these Axies that are playing a poison. We see Levy going in for the aggressive approach, a Winkhorn, Grass, a Snake, as well as a Chomp, just to poison that mid lane Axie of Alazzo a little bit. A Yam in round 2, Alazzo playing it very, very patient, not falling for any of these traps, not falling for the Yam. Now we see the Spiky Wing come through, we see the Piranha, and then the Nemo to clear the stun. Scarab, Bumpy, Razor Bite should be close to taking this plant down. And now a Cactus and Mosquito, a little bit of an overkill, but that's not that big of an issue, as he's only 2 energy behind, but he's already cleared 1 Axie. Now Levy moves in for the kill on the backlane Aqua. Double Cerastes and a Fairball should be enough to do that. Unfortunately, it isn't. 7 health left on Alazzo's Aqua will be enough to save the day. If that Dusk was a Reptile, that definitely would have been a kill, but that is not the case. And now we see Spiky and Piranha coming in through from Alazzo, and Levy is left with just 35 health, and that Dusk will not live to see round 6. And the Toothless Raid and Grass Snake again fails to kill that backlane Aqua. It will eventually fall to the Poison Ticks, but that is just too little too late. The Fairballs are being disabled by the Hetsun. That backlane Aqua still manages to grab some value from the Acro, and now we see the Nemo Scarab combo with a crit just to make it a little bit worse for Levy, just to add insult to injury. Levy sitting on 160 health, not much that he can do with that healing front lane from Alazzo. He was ready for this poison team, he was prepared, and it looks like it will be very smooth sailing. Even though the mid lane of Alazzo falls, he still has a very tanky healing front lane that can easily take on this Dusk of Levy. So Alazzo 1-0 in this match. Okay, now that Alazzo is 1-0 up, let's see if he can make it a smooth sailing 2-0, or whether he will face some resistance in terms of Levy, right? Levy moves back to his original team of single Anemone front lane, but Alazzo also moves back to the triple launch team, reading his opponent perfectly. That triple launch team is definitely a killer when it comes to facing double Aquas, because you can't break through them quick enough to have any significant impact on the backlane Reptile. So we see the Spiky Wing, we see the Koi, We see the Scarab Acro coming in, and that should be enough to deal significant damage to the Dusk of Alazzo, but whether it will be a kill, we still have to wait and find out. One chained launch, one Goda and a Cattail, putting the plan down to 120 health, and now we see the launch and the Razor Bites just enough to finish the job. 3 last stand bars are good enough, but they're not good enough to take the Dusk of Alazzo down, and it's left on 24 health. Now the double Nemo will be good enough to clear it, but is that already too late? We will have to see. He's sitting on just 3 cards. One of that energy will be destroyed, so he's left on 2 versus 2 energy. So the triple launch team is definitely sitting at an advantage. Risky Fish Clamshell just breaking the shield, and now we see the double knot. 154 damage coming in as it is comboed with another knot. If that was paired up with just one more card, if that Goda didn't destroy the energy, maybe there was a chance for Levy to take this game down, but as it stands, there's no way that he can win this game facing a reptile that has Razor Bite and Cottontail. It's just too much for a single Aqua to be able to do. 145 damage from the launch, 97 from the Scarab, and now being able to chain a 4-card combo. This Aqua of Levy will inevitably fall, and Alazzo will move forward as our quarterfinalists, facing off versus, I believe, Leonardo in the next round. So that's interesting to follow. Let's wait for that matchup to start, and we will jump into casting that one. As the bracket stands, let's see what we can make out of that one. Levy beating Alazzo quite comfortably, and he is now facing Leonard in quarterfinals to see who moves over to the semis. So it looks like we have all of our quarterfinals locked in. That is Alazzo, Leonard, Bestocco, Cobs, Wayan, Dark, and Roval. So what we want to find out is who will make it into the semis, and to do that we have to jump into a match between Dark and Rove. Let's see who will come on top of that one. Okay, Dark still sitting on the same team as he did, which is a double bug and a pokey on the left. That is... who do we have on the right? And that is Rove. And on the left we have a Dark, I believe. Dark. So Dark not changing his strategy, believing in this double bug team with the pokey. Let's see how it does versus this triple launch steal. It shouldn't be that bad, honestly. If you starve them from cards, they can't really chain. The only issue is if they already draw all of the lunges in the first round and you can't really discard them quick enough. We see the Sandal coming through as well, 165 damage into a bug. Now the Parasite and the Sandal and the Scarab does deal a fair bit of damage into the Dusk, but it's still an advantage for Rove in the round 1. Pokey as well as Balloon will be able to clear that front lane Dusk, so it's not bad. The launch coming through as well, putting the bug in the last stand, allowing Dark to skip a turn, which is crucial when you are building up energy, when you're building up a case versus the triple launch team. You want to attack them fast, you want to one-shot them, you want to kill them, but whether that will be the case we have to find out. Cattail played in the perfect moment, allowing plenty of cards to build up on the backlane Reptile, and with cards he can circle or cycle through the Cottontails and deal as much damage as he can to that bug. Going in for the Razor Bite just to increase his shield and take down the fear. Scarab with the crit. Another Scarab with a crit. I mean, how many crits can you see in one turn? That is plenty of damage. That shouldn't have been dealt in a perfect world, but we are living in the world of Axie Infinity where crits do happen. And now the double lunge coming in for the kill, and it will be enough to put this bug in the last stand. And unfortunately, it might just be too little too late to do any significant damage from the bug as well as the Aqua. The Aqua does crit themselves for 181 from the Piranha coming through, but will that be enough? I think if Dark draws double pokey, he will be safe. Now with just single pokey, it is close, but I think it is still enough. So Dark taking the win in game number 1 using his double bug. It was close. There was a lot of crits that swung the favor to the other player, but in the end Dark managing to utilize the Scarab where Ruvev wasn't able to heal with his Razor Bite. But that double Scarab crit was absolutely disgusting to see. In the end it didn't matter, and let's jump into game number 2. Okay, we see a little bit of a change, and the change comes from mainly Ruvev. Now Dark still sticking to his guns, still staying on this double bug team with the Poke Aqua on the back, but Ruvev decides to go for a double bug team, double sandal, which is very important to see, as double sandal counters double bugs, right? But the backlane Axie is a little bit immortal. It does have a catfish and a sponge combo, so if it comes down to 1v1, that Aqua should definitely have an advantage. But whether it comes down to that 1v1 is a question. Will he have enough damage to kill the bugs of Dark? And with the sandal, it should be quite clear, quite close. Now we see the pincer, we see the sandal being drawn, 194 damage, as well as the fish snack taking the front lane bug of Ruvev to 49 health, and the Piranha can move in for the kill. It stuns itself in the process, but it does get the kill nevertheless. And now we see the balloon coming through to clear the stun. That takes one last stand part from the bug, but the bug still deals damage with the parasite, which can be crucial. Now we see the catfish dealing about 100 damage into this bug, barely touching its shield, and the sandal with a crit for 339 damage. If that didn't crit, it would have been a real issue for Ruvev, as he's already spent plenty of cards and plenty of time to kill that front lane bug, and he still didn't manage to do that. But with a crit from a sandal, he's definitely moving closer to doing that. We see the parasite, we see another sandal and a fish stack clearing the second Axie in a second consecutive round. Amazing play coming in from the crits, but also from the cards that have been changed from Ruvev in the forthcoming round. Now the Caterpillar maximizing its use as it fears the opponent, as it fears Dark. Now because he's feared, he can't actually move in for the kill, as one of the cards will be wasted. Now he does exactly what he needs to do, which is double Piranha, double Koi. But because Ruvev has a very tanky Axie, he does have the sponge, he does have the catfish and the Caterpillar, he's managing to play 215 shield, which is enough to protect his Axie versus Dark. And with that, he's able to kill the last standing Axie of Dark and make it 1-1, make it interesting. And let's see whether he can make the reverse sweep in this best of 3 and take Dark down. We have seen plenty of crits this tournament, and they are absolutely insane, all of them, in rounds that matter. I mean, a sandal critting for 330 to take down a bug. That's insanity. Insanity. The unfortunate part for Dark is that, actually for Ruvev, and that his crits in round 1 didn't actually matter in round 2. They mattered a lot. Now let's see whether he can in game 3. Will his crits take him to take the win over Dark and move in as our first semi-finalist, or will Dark be able to pull it back as he did in game number 1 and take the win over Ruvev? We will have to see. First thing to notice, Ruvev again changing his team, moving into the bird, going for the last one, which deals a crap ton of damage when it's attacking a bug, and that's exactly what it does. He goes for the last one. We see double Boiki, Koi, and a balloon to finish up the combo, attacking the Dusk of Ruvev. The Dusk didn't really have many cards to play, but it did have a Sandal, which is just enough to take one of the bugs from Dark, and that bug didn't really play any discard cards, so Ruvev still sitting healthy on his cards, and he crits yet again with an eggshell, and that eggshell allows him to sacrifice the bird if there was an attack coming, but there wasn't any attacks coming, and drawing a Sandal in the perfect moment just to clear the front lane, actually the mid lane bug of Dark. This is trouble. This is very troublesome for Dark, as now he has to use a full combo to try and clear that mid lane Aqua, and we all know that the mid lane Aqua is pretty immortal, playing a sponge, and that's exactly what he does. He plays a sponge, he uses the attack up on the Caterpillar, he uses the Nemo to stay afloat with energy, and now the eggshell as well as the Tri-Feather will be enough to take the Aqua of Dark down. Unfortunately, he is not able to pull it back in game number 3, and well played to Ruvev. With the help of crits, with the help of Jiho Christ himself, he's able to manage to pull it back, win 2 games in a row, and make it 2-1 and move over to the semi-finals. Now, on the other side of the bracket, we have Cobs versus Wayan. Now, those two people facing off with each other will decide who plays versus Ruvev. So I think it's very important to see that match, that quarterfinal match, and decide who will be playing off in the semi-finals as our first pair. So let's jump into that one. It is Cobs facing up versus Wayan. I believe we haven't seen a match of Cobs yet, so I'm not sure what to expect. We did see a match of Wayan, so we'll see whether he manages to win yet another game, or whether it will be Cobs taking the charge this time. Not sure who's who, so we'll just put Cobs on the left and Wayan on the right. I believe Wayan has played this team before, but I might be wrong. Now, round number 1. Going for quite a bit of aggression, blackmail, post fight, and the double knot, killing the frontline plant. But killing the frontline plant in round 1 is not always the best scenario. Now, blackmail, post fight, yet again going full out aggressive, just every single round hammering your opponent. See whether you can break through just in time. Now, the singular eggshell, I feel like with the double eggshell, it would have been a much better play. You would have killed the Aqua while also sacrificing your bird versus the cactus, right? But just playing the singular eggshell, you do allow the Aqua to get some value from those cards. It still shouldn't matter, but I feel like it's a little bit of a mistake coming in from the bird player to give up on that one. Double cactus, Hatsune and Zigzag coming in from the player from the left, disabling range cards which the plant doesn't actually have a lot of, and the mech is just simply waiting for all 8 cards to come through so that he can use the range nuts before he decides to use all the melee ones, so that he can avoid the Hatsune, right? The Hatsune player is panicking, he's playing 4 cards every single round trying to deal as much damage as he can, but unfortunately in the process he ran out of energy, and now the mech can move in for the kill. 4 cards being queued up and another one from the plant to take the win. I think it's way on the left. It could be, you're right. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. We will find out. So it's currently 1-0 for the player running the mech. That's all I can say. Who that is, not sure. And it looks like we are not going to get a team change. It is exactly Shrimp versus the mech yet again. This time not going as aggressive from the side of the bird. It could be way in on the right, I think that's correct this time. So Cobs on the left with the bird, with the mech. A very slow start, so a polar opposite to what we have seen in game number 1. In game number 1 it was all out offensive, the bird was attacking, it was using the post fight from round 1. This time not deciding to do that, taking it slow, taking it methodical, seeing what he can come up with. It's round 3 and he's sitting on just 4 energy, so he definitely has to move in for the kill, and it feels like this is the right moment. Blackmail, eggshell, post fight, and just a single hero to take the kill. Unfortunately that will not be enough. He did miscalculate it. He didn't account for his opponent playing about 90 shield in that turn, and this cactus is massively wasted. Like that 145 damage into this aqua would have been very, very crucial. Now we see the blackmail and the toothless reed, which is a very interesting play because it might mean that this bird doesn't die if the math was done right. Unfortunately the math was off and the bird falls to the blue moon, and the mech has to use his cards to try and clear that aqua. Unfortunately that is not enough, and this aqua is still alive on 59 health, being able to play as many damage cards as he can, which is enough to take down the plant. It's double piranha, it's the blue moon, the mech is down, and this front lane plant of Cobs will not be able to do enough to stop this aqua from attacking. Another blue moon, another piranha, star shuriken as well. The double zigzag is good enough. It heals for 72 twice, and it also gets rid of this aqua. Then the Bidens can clear it, but unfortunately if you are going first with the cactus, you're not gonna deal as much damage as you wish you could. And now Wayan is sitting on an energy advantage. He has 4 energy to the 2 of his opponents, so he can play as many cards as he pleases, including the zigzags, to heal up and be in a better situation. But the double cactus should be enough to close this game down, and Wayan makes it 1-1 versus Cobs, and let's see who can take it in game number 3. And in game number 3 we don't see any team changes. We see Wayan on the right with the Hatsune plant, we see Cobs on the left with the mech and the bird, and I feel like in this scenario the mech and the bird actually has an advantage if it's played correctly. Let's see whether we can, whether this team does get played correctly. We see the Goda, we see the Cattail and the Cactus leaving himself exposed with just 1 energy, and now Cobs has just 4 energy because one of the energy was destroyed due to a Goda double knot and an Acro, giving Wayan plenty of cards due to that Cattail, and Cobs doesn't really have that many cards from the Cattail, as only a single sandal came through. Now the front lane plan gets put into a last stand, and Cobs' bird will die with 4 cards in his hand, which is massive. It's absolutely massive. You can see Wayan chilling on 5 cards on his plant, whereas Cobs is struggling currently. He will go for the hero twice as well as the acro. That will give him a couple of cards, a couple of playing options, and the zigzag and the cactus is a perfect draw to take this aqua down. And let's see whether Wayan's plant is enough to pull this back together, facing a mech that can't be touched. And it looks dire. It looks very dire for Wayan. He cannot close this plant down. The mech is just chilling in the background. 6 energy in this round. All of the cards that he needs, which is the double knot and the double acro, that will deal about 350 damage. Double acros, another 260 on top, and Wayan's plant is down to just 250 health after he heals up. The Hetsune does disable the range knots, which doesn't change pretty much anything, as we see another knot, another acro, and then the double hero as well. The plant is left on just 25 health, but more importantly, he doesn't have any energy to play with. So even though he disables the cards of Cobs, Cobs is still healthy enough and he still has enough energy to close this game down, and that's exactly what will happen. So Cobs, very well played, navigating this team to perfection, especially in the mid game where he was skipping quite a lot to build his energy stack up so he can take this plant head on. So I believe Cobs is our first semi-finalist. Let's confirm that. That is correct. So we have Cobs facing off versus Ruvev in the semi-finals. Let me just remind you that Ruvev did beat Dark and Cobs did beat Wayan. So we do see a Ruvev versus Cobs matchup. Please no spoilers in the chat. Let's jump into that game and find out who is going to be our first finalist. That's exciting. Finding out who guarantees themselves a top 2 finish, which is 3.7k SLP on top of qualifying for the All-Star tournament. So Ruvev versus Cobs. We already know what Cobs is running. Cobs is running the Toothless Raids and the Bird, which is on the right. Let me just move myself out of the way so it doesn't obstruct any of the Axies. And now we see Cobs on the right facing off versus a double aqua. Now double aqua is usually a troublesome matchup for a bird because they can speed themselves up with a koi, and you can't really do too much about that. But maybe Cobs can pull a miracle out of the bag, couple of crits from the mech, and try and take this game down. We see a very aggressive round 1, Eggshell, Blackmail, post 5, taking down the back lane Aqua of Ruvev. So that can be that's throwing a spanner in the works, that 2 cards will get wasted. He does get to play the Blue Moon, but that doesn't do that much damage to the front lane plan. It actually deals 0 damage because it breaks on the shield. So now in round number 3, Ruvev is sitting on plenty of energy. He's able to protect the front lane plant as he's playing a double herbivore. If he didn't have that double herbivore, that plant would have been dead with that 39 health, but because it's not, he's able to heal up all the way to 211 health, and now with just 2 energy on Cobs, he can't do anything. He has to wait for better cards on this mech, especially for a couple of acros to come through so he can speed himself up. Whether he will be able to do that is not definitive, because the acro aqua will come through with a double piranha obviously dealing 320 damage into the mech, and that mech is no longer. And because Cobs' bird already inflicted some damage to himself, he can't really use the post fight anymore because he will be dead. And that's exactly what happens. Only going for the double eggshell, not enough to take this plant down. not enough to play. Even if he played the post fight, like, he couldn't do too much. That 39 health on that plant. Unfortunate that Cobs didn't have any more damage cards on the mech to take this plant down. If that was the case, I don't have any doubts in my mind that he would have been able to take this game down after that round 1, but that's not the way it goes. It goes in the way of Ruve. He's 1-0 up, and let's see whether Cobs can make a bit of a comeback in this series. So in game number 2, let's see whether there's any team changes, and it looks like there's nothing that has changed. We still have Cobs on the right, we see Ruve on the left playing the double aqua. The double aqua usually wants to be played quite slow until you have all of your cards ready, until you are ready to go for damage. Now Cobs wants to play a little bit quicker. He goes for the double knot, he goes for the hero, taking the plant of Ruve down, especially with the follow-up of his own plant. And now in round 3, Ruve will go for a definitive aggression. And when he's going for aggression, he's also protected versus Cobs's backdoor bird, because he's going to play 100 shield on the back lane aqua, which leaves him defended enough versus the backdoor of the bird, right? Unfortunately, the front lane plant gets to live on just 8 health. And that 8 health could be crucial for this match. Let's see. Blue Moon finishes up the plant, playing the Cuckoo, very important so that you can protect yourself versus the backdoor. And now we see Cobs has queued up 4 cards on this aqua. But unfortunately, even though he kills this aqua, he will put it into a last stand, and with a Toothless Raid on his hand, he's not able to draw 4 damage cards. And if you're not able to draw 4 damage cards, unfortunately you will not be able to kill an aqua. And that aqua with double Piranha and Koi lined up will knock out Cobs, and Ruve is our first finalist in the LFC tournament, guaranteeing himself a top 2 finish and a chance to fight for the top 1 prize, which is 7.5k SLP. So now we only have a couple of people left in the tournament. Ruve actually waiting for his opponent, and that opponent will be either Bestocco, Leonard, Alazzo, or Whom. Maybe Hum is the better way to say this. I believe we have Bestocco facing up versus Whom, so we can jump into that game. And that game will dictate the winner, and the winner will be able to face off versus either Alazzo or Leonard. So let's jump into that game. Moments here. And we do have Bestocco versus Whom. I think Bestocco's on the right, could be wrong about that. Let's just move me out of the way. And I do have Mr. Whom on the left. I believe that is correct, but it could be wrong. So let's see who will take the charge in round 1. It looks like nobody, because they will both go for a skip. Now we do see the Scarab coming through from the backlane bug. Cattail from Whom just playing it very passively, but also gravelanting the front lane plant of Bestocco, and that will do absolutely nothing because the plant already used up all of his cards. He used the double cactus, he used the herbivore, and he used the turnip, so the Bidens gravelant combo was absolutely wasted. Now the aqua will not waste any more cards as he's going in for the definite kill, but that kill will only put the bug in a last stand, and with the last stand he can still get some value in terms of energy from the Kotaro bites. We see the Acro coming through, so that the Aqua can no longer outspeed the Aqua with the Acro, and another Gravelant that comes through to slow down the attack of the plant of Bestocco. I'm not sure if that's the correct play to be chaining that Gravelant right in here, especially that you already know he used up both of his cactuses, he used one of the herbivores, so maybe saving that 1 energy from the Gravelant would have actually been a better play. And in round 6 it is the Aqua taking the charge with the Piranha and the Scarab, and the Scarab will not allow Hume's plant to heal up anymore, especially in this round, which is exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to heal up 96 twice. That would have kept him in the game, but that's not the case. Another Acro and Scarab coming through, and Bestocco will take the kill on Hume's plant. I feel like he did waste those Gravelants a little bit in that mid game, and maybe if he just went for damage, that would have worked out a little bit better. So Bestocco taking the win in game number 1, and let's see whether he can make it 2-0. Is this tournament only for your scholars? No, this is an open tournament for anyone. Good night, Cobsy. Good night. Take care. Now in game number 2, we don't see any team changes, so it's still Bestocco on the right, it's Hume on the left. Round 1 going passively exactly as it did last time, and it looks like Hume is making the same mistake, which is Gravelanting the plant that has played all of his cards. He's going for the double cactus, the herbivore, the turnip, just a mirror matchup from... Oh, it's actually the same replay. They haven't posted the updated replay, which is unfortunate. So that was a bit of a mistake. We did that last time where I commentated the same game twice. Now let's see whether Bestocco has made any team changes. Looks like there's nothing that has changed. It's just Bestocco is on the left this time and Hume is on the right. So Bestocco on the left. Round 1 going in for damage, or is he? He thought about it, he had the cards change up. Round 2 again going passively, so a polar opposite to game number 1 where they went out all offensive. Round 3 we will finally get some damage going on. Double Acro and Scarab coming from Bestocco, taking the front lane plant of Hume down to 275 health. Now the Parasite, Critical Strike as well as the Fish Snack will be enough to put this plant down to 7 health, and the herbivore will finish it up. So the plant of Hume wasted quite a lot of energy. I have seen a double cactus being queued up, that didn't take place, and now he wants to go for the shrimp to try and take the bug from Bestocco, but Bestocco just reads it perfectly. He plays the Fish Snack, that Fish Snack will protect him. He plays the Kotaro Bites, that Kotaro Bite will provide him with energy for future rounds. The plant is still sitting healthy at 516 health, and it looks like Hume has already lost this game. It's 3 Axies versus the one of Hume. Even if he Gravelants it, even if he plays the cactuses, it will be very difficult to come back from this situation. The only Axie that has been damaged is the backlane bug, and the plant of Hume doesn't have access to that bug. The bug can also Scarab and disable the healing of Hume's plant, which will make it very, very difficult to play. But instead of doing that, he will simply go in for the kill with the Parasite and the Scarab. Bestocco taking the win over Hume and making it to the top 4. Okay, well played to Bestocco. Well played. Now Bestocco is in round 7, so he's in the semi-finals waiting for his opponent, and that opponent can be either Alazzo or Leonardo. So a very important matchup, and on the other side of the bracket we have Ruve, who's already waiting in the final. So we have just 3 games left. 1 quarterfinal, 1 semi-final and 1 final game. And that's all we have left. Maybe Alazzo will take it all the way down. He has to go through Leonardo, he has to go for Bestocco, and he has to go for Ruve. The bracket is already set out. Let's see whether he can make it. Well done to everyone that made it to the top 8. You do qualify for the All-Star tournament. And now let's just find out who takes this edition of the LFCarry tournament down. So just waiting for the next match to happen. Alazzo versus Levi, that's the exact match that we are waiting for. And while we are doing that, let's look at some stuff that are happening. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Sunzuki, thank you for the follow. Okay, we do have Alazzo, who has played his games, versus Leonardo. So let's jump into those ones, which are the quarterfinal games. Final quarterfinal game. Is this a rigged tournament? Was there's a lot of chosen ones? Maybe they're just too good. Maybe they are just too good. No, kidoki. So game number 1. Coming in with a pretty OP team. From both sides. So it's at least it's fair that both teams are running a very OP team. Alazzo on the left, sitting with a bug at the back lane, which we haven't seen just yet. And then we have Leonardo, who's playing versus Alazzo. Now he's running the double lunge team, so it's going to be significantly harder to proc and chain it effectively, but he does have the shrimp. Now the shrimp could be effective versus the bug depending on what round he plays it. If he plays it on the correct round, then he can surprise Alazzo. I don't expect it to be a smooth sailing. Now we see plenty of lunges being changed up, both teams running the double lunge, and Goda actually destroying 1 energy, which I don't think should ever happen in round 2. You should expect Godas to come through at some certainty, so maybe leaving that 1 energy from Leonard is not the best play. He does play the Scarab, he does play the lunge, which kills the Dusk anyway, so that 1 energy wouldn't matter if he played the Piranha or whether he didn't. Now we see the Sandal from Alazzo coming through to get rid of the front lane Dusk of Leonard, and it's 4 energy of Alazzo versus the 5 energy of Leonard, and let's see what kind of damage he can produce. He's coming for the Piranha, double blue move and a dual blade to try and take down this Dusk on the mid lane rather than going for the back lane. You can see that Alazzo was expecting a back lane attack because he has played 204 shield, so you can see Caterpillar, Mosquito, Sticky Goo and Cottontail definitely expecting the back door to come through, but that doesn't happen. Leonardo does just wait, and I feel like this is a little bit of a mistake this time around, going in for a lot of damage on this bug. I feel like staying energy efficient in this 1v1 will be crucial to the win of Leonardo. But let's see how does this happen. Razorbyte, Scarab not allowing Alazzo to heal up by any means, and then Cottontail to clear that stun, and another Scarab putting this bug down to 167 health. With the Caterpillar, Mosquito Bite and Sticky Goo, he replies with quite a bit of damage, and Leonardo is on 234 health, but he's going first, so let's see if that is enough. Razorbyte launch, Cottontail launch, leaving the bug on 55 health, and that is just not enough. But on the other hand, Alazzo doesn't have enough damage as well, so there's one more chance for Leonard to take this game down, and let's see whether that will be enough. The Razorbyte and the Scarab coming through, 115 damage, that's not quite enough. Caterpillar on the stunned target takes him down, so a very close matchup, and maybe just skipping that one more round would have been better, but who knows? Who knows? Now, game number 2. Let's see whether the teams change, whether Alazzo will be able to take a 2-0 sweep, or whether Leonard can make this competitive. I believe it's Alazzo on the left again. I don't think that is incorrect. And now Leonardo is playing a bird on the back lane, so they both changed up the teams drastically. We see Leonardo in round 1 going for extensive damage, double beach, and the last one to try and take the kill over Alazzo's front lane Aqua. Now with the Trifed and the Peacemaker, he will definitely be able to do that, but for his troubles, Alazzo does draw a card from Bone Sail, so trading 1 energy for 1 card. We'll see whether that's an efficient enough trade to make this worth a while. Double Nemo, Bumpy and Razorbyte coming through to protect his mid lane Dusk and also provide him with a kill. Now the Caterpillar fears the Dusk, but it shouldn't really matter because the fear can be cleared from the backlane. Aqua, we see the Spike Wing coming through to reduce the shield protection from the bug, and now Scarab, Razorbite, and Scarab is enough to take down the bug of Leonardo with a help of a crit. Now without that crit, maybe he would have went into a last stand. I think that he would have, but with the crit he just takes him down flat out, and this bird is nowhere near strong enough to kill a Dusk that has Bumpy attached to it. So Bumpy and Scarab taking the bird down to 76 health, and as long as Alazzo draws any 2 damage cards on the backlane bug, he will be moving on to the semi-finals, and that's exactly what happens. Well done to Alazzo for making it to the top 4 of this tournament, but also well done to Leonardo for putting up a fight and making it to the top 8 as well, guaranteeing yourself a chance to perform at the All-Star tournament. Okie dokie, we have just 2 matches left. That's all we have left in this tournament. 1 semi-final, 1 final game. It is Alazzo facing off versus Bestocco, and it is Ruve waiting in the finals for the winner of Alazzo versus Bestocco. So we will have to wait for those games to go live and then see who takes down the LFCarry tournament. 3rd edition of this tournament. Crow Superiority XL dog card. Nice. Nice. Who do we have here that is in the Philippines? It's probably like 4 AM for you guys, so anyone that's hanging out, big up to you. Uruva is in Philippines, the finalist. Fuck. He's probably gonna fall asleep by the time you play him. Alazzo just got lucky. Yeah, that's it. Yep. 7 rounds in a row. That's exactly what happened. Can we join this tourney? It is already too late, but you can join the Discord of LFCarry and be on the lookout for new tournaments. Ren to exam, thank you for the follow. So we got 2 games left, 1 semi-final and 1 final game. And that's gonna be it. We will have a winner in about half an hour. Person that's taking home 7.5k SLP. So our current prices can get you a decent Axie. How many scholars do I have? Just a couple. Just a couple. This tournament was fun as fuck. Nice. Glad you like it. Yeah, it's a very nice, quick, simple format, right? No need to like complicate it too much. Maybe moving over to best of 5s in semi-finals and potentially quarterfinals as well could have made it a little bit better, but I think the prize pool has to be a little bit higher to justify that. Otherwise, I think the format is fine. For the prize pool for the tournament, I think it's good. Kai Game War. Thank you for the follow. We should have a couple of games coming up in just a second. Come on, Alazzo, come on. Alazzo versus Bestocco, that is a semi-final that's worth watching. We'll see what kind of teams they come up with. We already know that Alazzo has a deep pool of Axies, and he can change teams depending on his opponent. It's always been a strong point. Come on. Game 1, finally. Alright. Thank you. Thank you, Alazzo. We do have game 1 versus Mr. Bestocco, so we can start casting that one. Alazzo versus Bestocco, a very exciting matchup. Our last semi-final to see who enters the final. Who faces off versus Ruve, who's done very well for himself. I believe Alazzo is on the left and we have Bestocco on the right. Now, interesting to see that bugs are rising into this rank, but it's not a discard bug like we are used to seeing. Now the double cattail definitely helpful versus a bug. It should trigger quite a lot of cards, especially versus this offensive Dusk as well. So you can already see double cattail being ready in round 1. Let's see if Bestocco can get as much value as we think he can. Round 1 shrimp is an interesting take, definitely not expecting that. I don't think Bestocco will ever be prepared for a round 1 shrimp, right? But he did have the fish snack. Now you're not gonna play a fish snack round 1, so a perfect play coming in from Alazzo. I think that's exactly how you should play it if you have the opportunity to do that, because you can then finish off that bug. He will be fearing another attack coming in, and you can see that exactly right here. He does have the fish snack, he does have the scarab, and he decides to play it to protect himself versus the shrimp. Now the shrimp was available for Alazzo, so I would like to see why he didn't decide to do it. That would have been enough damage to kill the bug. Maybe he was waiting for one more round to see whether he can take down this front lane plant instead of focusing on the bug, so he can use a little bit more cards from the bug. But it's an interesting take. I would have definitely played it, but it looks like it would have been a giant mistake. Now this Aqua is still sitting on 100 health and 3 cards, so there's possibility to attack the front lane, but there's also possibility to attack the bug. He doesn't decide to attack the bug, choosing to go against it, and now the bug will go for a parasite scarab combo, which kills the Aqua. So maybe waiting a little bit too long, or maybe Alazzo is insanely confident that this backlane bug will easily deal with this bug as well as this Dusk, and it definitely looks like it is capable of doing that. So he has the cottontail, he has the sticky gun, he has the caterpillar. Now I don't think that is quite enough damage to break through this Dusk. He did play 168 shield with a double sandal on top as well, and Alazzo didn't draw a single mosquito to heal himself up. Now the scarab comes through from Bestocco, and Alazzo can no longer heal, and we see double caterpillar coming in from Bestocco, and that will be enough to take down the bug of Alazzo. So maybe a little bit too greedy, not going for that shrimp, and maybe using the double mosquito in one combo is not the ideal play, because you want to have that possibility to heal yourself, although that wouldn't have mattered because Bestocco was still sitting on the scarabs. So 1-0. Bestocco is 1-0. Who's in the final? It's Ruvev or Ruve. If Alazzo lose here, Bestocco will get those 300 Axies. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. That's exactly how that works. One giveaway? We already had one. We've had plenty of giveaways lately. Clear Republic, thank you for the follow. Hansa20, thank you for the follow. Let's change the title to the final. And we are still patiently waiting for the next game of Alazzo versus Bestocco. Hopefully we can get that one going quite soon. No, we didn't do any giveaways today. Other questions? Alright. We have game number 2 coming in from Alazzo as well as Bestocco. So finally we can get to see whether Alazzo can make a comeback and make it 1-1, or whether Bestocco will simply take the win in this game and make it 2-0 and move on to the finals. Now on the left we have Bestocco, who's running a backlane bug with a Scarab Fishnet Kotaro, and Alazzo is running a backlane bug but with Caterpillar Cottontail and Mosquito Bite. So let's see who takes the charge in this game. We see the Goda coming through, we see the Sandal, and now Bestocco has lost 1 energy as well as half of his health on that plant. Even more than that with the Caterpillar coming through, so that's 4 energy left on Bestocco versus the 2 energy of Alazzo. Now Alazzo will not play any cards on this front lane Dusk. Unfortunately he doesn't draw a Cattail, and that doesn't allow him to draw any cards. Right now this front lane plant actually doesn't lose any cards. We can see that most of the cards are still sitting on the second Dusk of Alazzo, so he's playing this very slow. It's 5 energy versus the 2 energy of Bestocco. He's going to go for the Goda, he's going to go for the Sandal, and unfortunately Bestocco plays a crap ton of shield. But very smartly, Alazzo only goes for 1 Mosquito instead of making a huge overkill, and then double Cottontails just to remain energy efficient. Now a Sandal, a Lunge and a Cattail, leaving the mid lane Dusk of Bestocco on 274 health. He will go for the Goda, which gives him some value, destroying 1 energy, but Alazzo is sitting very healthy when it comes to energy. It's 5 energy versus 3 energy in the advantage of Alazzo, going for another Goda, making sure that Bestocco cannot save any energy, but he does retaliate with a Goda of his own and a double Sandal as well. But Alazzo plays a Cattail in the right moment, leaving him with plenty of cards to play around with, and the more cards that he has, the more energy he will have inevitably, because that Cottontail is insanely useful on the backlane bug, and we can see that coming through. Now Bestocco has went for just the double Kotaro Bite, and if both of the Kotaro Bites would have procced off, he still wouldn't have killed the Dusk. But with just 1 going off, he's nowhere near killing that Dusk, and Alazzo goes for the double Sandal, being quicker than Bestocco's bug, dealing 330 damage just using 2 cards, and that will be enough for Alazzo to take down game number 2 and and it is currently 1-1 in the series, so it is down to the final game to decide whether Alazzo or Bestocco will be moving in to the finals to face off versus Ruvev. looks like we might just be able to get our third and final game from Alazzo and Bestocco. Let's see if we can jump into that one right away to find out who moves over to the finals. Game number 3 coming up, Alazzo versus Bestocco. See who makes it into this final, and it looks like there's not many changes. Actually, there is one that just loaded up from Alazzo changing the name of the game, moving over to a bird that has acro rather than going for the bug, which worked out for him in the previous game. Round 1, both players going very passive, but round 2 going all out swinging. We see the acro coming through, 114 damage, and now the chained lunges. We see one lunge, we see the sandal, and then another lunge, another sandal, and a cattail. Unfortunately, that is not quite enough to take down the plant of Bestocco, leaving it on 35 health, and now the double discard will be attacking the cattail, so not much discard value, but the front lane plant will deal significant damage rather than being dead if the 35 HP wasn't left there. So pretty even so far. We do see another lunge coming in from Alazzo to take down this front lane plant, and then Bestocco will retaliate with a sandal and caterpillar of his own, as well as a scarab from the back lane bug to deal some damage into this dusk of Alazzo. Now the bird is finally coming into play. We see the last one, we see the tri-feather coming in, putting the mid lane dusk of Bestocco just to 300 health, and the Goda will critically strike, but the dusk will have a chance to attack on his own, and now it is dead even, 213 health to 214 health. We see the last one coming through again with tri-feather, putting this dusk down to 124 health, and with the lunge as well as the cattail, it will be enough to finally take this dusk down, and the dusk has wasted 2 energy shielding himself, but that wasn't meant to be. We see a sandal coming through, we see a Goda, and this bug is already on 220 health with no way to heal himself up. All that Alazzo has to do is either go for damage, or he can just skip one round and make sure that he kills this bug of Bestocco using 4 cards from his bird. Either way, he should be taking this game down as long as he queues up the right cards correctly. Looks like Bestocco still manages to draw a double fish snack with 4 energy, so he might not be that close. We see double tri-feather coming in, clearing the stun from the fish snack, and then Peacemaker for 162 damage twice, and that will be enough to take Bestocco down. Very well played to both of these players, but Alazzo manages to take the win in the end. He does come out on top, and he is the player that moves into the finals, and we will see Alazzo facing off versus Ruvev, who has been waiting a long time for his opponent, but he's finally here. And as we have said at the start, Alazzo might be able to take this whole thing down, and he's one best of 5 away from doing exactly that. We'll go quickly to the toilet before we jump into the final games. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We are waiting for the games from the final best of 5 coming in. The person that wins 3 games will take home 7,500 SLP, and it might just be Alazzo, so we have to wait and see who comes out on top. Alright. Ruve versus Alazzo, that's exactly what we are waiting for. Unfortunately, the game has not started quite yet, so we might have to wait a little bit longer, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Last final game to decide who's taking home 7,500 SLP and also the title of LFCarry third open tournament. And the top 8 players have guaranteed themselves a spot of qualifying for the All-Star tournament, which will have a prize pool of 50,000 SLP, and they can try and win there. And it will be much smaller than a tournament, only 32 players qualifying. Slivy, thank you for the follow. Did Cattail get nerfed? No. Who do I think will win? I think it's definitely close, but it might just be Alazzo taking the win. We have been following his journey and it looks like he's adapting great with his teams. But Ruve has surprised us as well. I think it will be close. I'll give it 3-1 to Alazzo. You want to see reverse sweep like the last tournament? Those are fun to watch, but it sucks for the person that loses. When can we claim AXS this season? It will be announced soon, so don't worry about that. Still waiting for that one game to start so we can jump into it. Maybe the players are taking a little bit of a break. It does make sense. 4 hours has been passed, so maybe they need that break. Alright, looks like we are all ready to go. Alazzo versus Ruvev. Game number 1 coming on the way. The long wait is finally over, and it looks like we have Mr. Alazzo on the right and Ruve on the left, playing that unique caterpillar and catfish mid lane, right? That Axie was on the back lane last time, but this time we are seeing it on the mid lane. When it comes to Alazzo, we have seen all of these Axies before, all of them very good in the meta. Round 1 double Goda value, insane. Getting double Goda round 1 always feels good, and then a crit to top it off, 192 damage from the Unchained Lunge. And now with the spiky wing and double koi, he can just murder that the front lane Dusk of Ruvev, and he wastes 3 energy. So now it's 4 energy versus 4 energy, and Ruve is 1 Axie down. So let's see whether he can pull back this game in any way. Caterpillar 201 damage from the crit, so a little bit of fairness in critical strikes there, but we do see a spiky wing double piranha coming through from Alazzo's Aqua on the back lane, and let's see whether this double Razorbyte is enough to take the Aqua of Ruve down, and that's exactly what happens. Ruve is down to his last Axie. He still didn't manage to kill the front lane Dusk of Alazzo, and that's going to be it. Ruve does give up the first game. Quick one. It's a very quick one. Quick and painless for Alazzo. A lot more painful for Ruve, but a little bit unfortunate. You can't really draw any conclusions from that game. It's a best of 5 in the final, so he definitely has a place and time to make a comeback. Hello, Paolo XD. Hello, thank you for the follow. So game 1 going Alazzo's way, and let's see whether Ruve can make a comeback and make this final competitive, or whether it will be a smooth sailing, a 3-0 for Alazzo, and we will call it a day. Definitely unfortunate. The double Goda value, you rarely see double Goda going through. Your opponent really has to have no options when he's facing a Goda not to play anything, and in this scenario he plays exactly nothing, and losing 2 energy is just nothing you can do about that. UFCK, hello, how you doing? Hope you're doing alright. It's a little bit late into the night, especially for Nice haircut, thank you very much. Do we have game number 2? Do we have it? We have game number 2. Alright, let's get this show on the way. Mr. Alazzo just sent us news about game number 2. So let's jump into that one. Let's see whether any of the teams have changed. We might see a little bit of a change coming in from Ruve, but looks like no. Looks like he doesn't decide to do it. So we still have Alazzo with the same team. The double dusk on the front lane, this time not going for the lunge on the mid lane anymore, but instead choosing to go for a bumpy. Round 1, a different approach. Both of these players decide to play it very, very slow, going for the curtail, hoping to draw some cards, but that's not necessarily the case. And now Ruve launches an attack. A Caterpillar, now the Golda of Alazzo misses, so that's quite unfortunate, and the double sandal of Ruve as a follow-up that deals plenty of damage, and Alazzo's Dusk is struggling on the 142 health on that one. We see the double knot coming through from Ruve as well, critically striking just to top this off, but Alazzo does have one thing going for him, and that is energy. He's sitting on plenty of energy, 6 versus the 3 of Ruve, and he can use this spiky wing to finish off the Dusk on the mid lane and then go for as much damage as he can, including the Razor Bites on the mid lane to heal up in case the mech goes for some damage, but the mech of Ruve doesn't go for any damage, so the Razor Bites are slightly wasted, but not as much as they could have been. Bumpy misses, but the double Razor Bites together with the bumpy will bring down the mid lane Aqua of Ruve down to 177 health, and let's see whether the spiky wing combo from Alazzo is enough to take this Aqua down. 141 damage, and Aqua hits for 90, and Ruve's Aqua is left on 24 health, and that is just not enough to take that Aqua down. Now Alazzo didn't have a Scarab available to him, so unfortunately he couldn't quite finish off that Aqua on the mid lane and not allow it to heal. This Aqua has already provided plenty of value. Another Catfish coming through, healing for 105. It is immortal at this point. Again, it's round 8 and it's still sitting on 110 health. Let's see if Alazzo can come up with anything to try and win this game. Double Acro will definitely do it this time, but the mech of Ruve is sitting at 2 knots, and a double Acro, that's going to be over 400 damage. That is enough to take this game down, so we are sitting at 1-1 for the final score of this final, or for the score of this final. We'll see what the final score is, but it's currently 1-1. Let's add that in. I feel like that's quite crucial. Ruve sitting on 1 win, and Alazzo sitting on 1 win as well. So it's currently 1-1. That double bumpy, double razor bite costed? It could, yeah. Maybe it was a little bit of an overcommitment. But then again, if you don't protect yourself, the mech will just kill you next round, and you can't really shield up anyway, and those cards will be wasted. So I'm not sure if what the other play is there. Alright, we have a next game settled. Looks like our next game is well on the way, which is always a good sign. Now, jumping into that one, the current score is 1-1. Alazzo, 1 win. 1 win. And now the teams have changed quite a lot, and I am not sure who is who. I believe Alazzo is still on the left, because we have seen that team from him, so that's exactly what I'm going to assume. Round 1, it's an all-out brawl. Alazzo's going for the Cottontail double go. They're not getting any value from the energy destruction, but the sandal will deal significant amount of damage, 169 damage. Coming into the bug of Alazzo. Actually, Alazzo is on the right, so let's just stop right there, change the names around. It's Ruve on the left and Alazzo on the right. And round 2, we are continuing the brawl. Ruve going in for the Goda and then the lunge as well, but the lunge is on chain, so it's not going to deal any significant damage. And then the Scarab, that's again on a chain, will not take the kill over Alazzo's bug on the front lane. So 7 health left. If he did play that Curtail on the mid lane, then the front lane bug wouldn't have survived, but that's not the case. Now again, Ruve just taking damage straight to his face from the bugs of Alazzo, and we see a Bone Sail launch coming in, but that is wasted. That's 1 energy wasted on that front lane bug, and unfortunately that's exactly what he has to do. He has to take that risk. We see a Spiky Wing Pokey coming in from the Reptile. That Reptile is unique. I have never seen anything like it, but it's a spiky wing, pokey reptile with his razor bite Gila as well, so plenty of mixed damage. We see the launch finally being chained from Ruve to deal as much damage as he can towards this bug on the mid lane, but he's leaving it on 13 health. I mean, he doesn't have much of a choice. Now he has 3 energy left on that reptile, but will that be enough to take this reptile head on? The reptile is quite tanky. 170 shield coming in from the reptile of Alazzo, and the double pokey dealing 173 damage each and double Gila for 115. Now Ruve still has a chance because he's going first, but Alazzo is able to put up 200 shield, and with just 3 energy and 3 cards, Ruve cannot put up a fight, and Alazzo takes the win, making it 2-1. So let's see whether he can close it within 4 games, or will we go to the final game of this final. Let's see, it's exciting right now. That is a hot team, indeed, that is a very hot team. That Gila backlane with pokey spiky wing is unique. It's like something we've never seen before. It's usually an aqua with balloon. We are used to speed, we are used to damage, but going for a tanky solution with heals, spiky wing, that's time to copy. That's exactly the time. Let's see how much that costs. I'm expecting there to be no copies of that team. Let's see whether we can get anything going. What was it? Razor bite, pokey, spiky wing, and then we had the Gila as well. Yeah, there's only one and it's a beast. Let's see whether there's any more for sale. Yeah, there's only one in existence, so don't get your hopes up, guys. There's only one in existence and it belongs to Alazzo, so we're not gonna get our hands on this one. Time to breed it then, exactly. It looks good enough to be meta, but it can be risky before Origin, right? Like, there's no point to breeding unique Axies like that until we confirm that it's good in Origin. I mean, we're still gonna get season 21 on Battles V2, so we could be good to have that going. Yeah, season 21. What a shame. What a shame. Ow. Possibly one more game left in the tournament today. We'll have to wait and find out whether Alazzo can make it as simple as 3-1. I did predict a 3-1 outcome in terms of Alazzo, so let's hope that we can, or I can be right. But if not, we will get an exciting game 5, so no losers here. It's all just good vibes in the Axie Infinity tournament. And it looks like game number 4 is already here. So let's jump right into that one, not wasting any more more time. We've already been here for 4 hours and 40 minutes, so it's time to speed things up. It looks like Alazzo is back to his cottontail bog on the left, and Ruve is also going back to what worked for him, which is the immortal mid lane aqua with the catfish, with the sponge. And round one, very passive from both teams, but Alazzo does go for the double cottontail and the caterpillar, trying to inflict a fear onto the dusk of Ruve, but also stacking that energy. You already see round 3, 8 energy on Alazzo, so he's able to save quite a lot and just wait for that perfect combo to come through. We see Ruve spending quite a lot of cards as well as energy. 7 cards spent this round. Now he will go for the balloon, so Alazzo has to be careful of that one, and that's exactly what he does. He goes for the tail first, so he can clear that fear and then go for the Goda, Sandal and the launch, but he does crit with the Sandal in just the perfect moment. That caterpillar can now inflict damage onto the aqua instead of trying to finish that plant off. Now let's see whether Alazzo can protect his mid lane dusk for just one more round, or will that be the end of him? Let's see. Double sponge coming through, not dealing that much damage, and then Ruve can only balloon his dusk as well. He wouldn't be able to finish that off with the knot and the acro, and now we see plenty of damage coming in from the dusk, but also the bog to finish him off. Now let's see whether that's enough to finish this aqua off. It's just not enough. It leaves him on 15 health, and with a double attack up, this dusk doesn't manage to kill the aqua, but he does stack plenty of cards from the double tail route. So now the bug can go for a double cottontail. We'll see whether that is the case. Using the cottontail first, perfect play to clear that fear, and then the mosquito bite as well as caterpillar, and then the cottontail finished off that last stand. And now it's 1 versus 1. Sticky Goo definitely has to come out to try and slow down the offense of the mech. 1 knot misses, 3 of them do hit for 450 damage, but Alazzo can heal up for 94 and get some more energy going with the cottontail, and then use the caterpillar to inflict as much damage as he can. Now Ruve is on the left with 2 energy, going for the double knot, but actually misplaying. He missed one of the knots because he queued it up wrongly. I feel like he had a kill. I feel like he had a lethal right there, but it looks like it is not meant to be. Alazzo takes the win, 3-1, exactly what I predicted over Ruve, taking home 7,500 SLP, and the drought is over. Alazzo winning his last tournament in season 18, as he has said, now moves on to win his first tournament in the off-season of season 20. So well played, what can I say? Well played. Plenty of unique Axies that we have seen from Alazzo coming through, all of them very unique, very useful in the respective teams that they have played. And this was the 3rd edition of LFCarry Open Tournament. Top 8 players from this tournament move over to play in the All-Star Tournament in April. 50,000 SLP prize pool. Thank you to everyone that took part in this tournament, whether you were a player or a viewer. Thank you very much. We will see plenty more tournaments coming in from LFCarry in April, so make sure you join the Discord. Thank you to everyone that has been hanging out here. Thank you to all the chatters, viewers, lurkers, players. Make sure you take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Well done to Alazzo again. 7,500 SLP going to him. And that's it. What can I say? Enjoy the rest of your day.